Chapter 121 I apologize on behalf of my brother and the royal family. Princess Molly bowed her head in sincere apology. Simon freaked out and waved his hand in a frantic dismissal. And not at all, Princess. I promise in my name that neither my brother nor Dresden will bother you in the future, Simon. I also sneaked off, so please give me some time to formally apologize later. See you then. Simon thought he didn't have to worry about Andre's revenge anymore as long as she was there. ******. It was after the dual evaluation ended without any trouble and Simon had stopped by the club room to repair the overlord. Mr. Benya, who was helping Simon with the work, initiated the conversation. You mentioned you're taking Professor Aaron's class, right? Yeah. What are you guys tackling these days? Simon pondered for a moment and said. Thinking about it, we've been focusing on zombies these days rather than skeletons and other undead. Zombies? At the mention of zombies, Benya froze. Dio, a second-year student who was lying on and rolling around on the sofa as usual, also raised his head slightly. Yeah. Is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. But if you're tackling zombies right now, then sooner or later. Benya shook her head. You'll be going there. There? Yua. A sudden scream made both their heads turn. Dio was struggling while pulling his hair out. Ugh, shit. I told you not to talk about that. I still haven't forgotten that event from almost a year ago. It was fun for me. Fun, my ass. Just imagining it gives me chills. Benya laughed out loud. Simon didn't know what they were talking about, so he just looked back and forth between the two. There's an important performance assessment at the end of Professor Aaron's zombie class, explained Benya. It may have been a little terrible at the time, but looking back now after a year past, it's nothing but a memory. Over Benya's shoulder, while she was saying it was nothing but a memory, Dio was looking at Simon in pity as if consoling him for what will come. *****. Not long after Benya brought that up, a performance assessment was actually scheduled for the summoning class. It was a fairly large-scale performance assessment that emptied the entire schedule for the day. The meeting place also wasn't the usual summoning lecture room, but rather in front of the teleport magic circle they'd often used when going to missions. This meant that they were definitely heading out of Roke Island. Interesting. Take me with you. When Simon told the story he had heard from Benya, Pierre was expressing initiative. Why do you want to go, Pierre? I actually wanted to check that place out. I was going to stop there regardless when you went on holidays. If Pierre was going this far, it could only mean. There's a high possibility that the captain of the zombie army, Prince, is there. Another captain of the Legion. Of course, this was very welcome for Simon. After finding out that the efforts to get Big Crumb were in vain, he didn't want to miss even a single possibility. There was nothing said about Kizan examining the subspace on exit, and according to the seniors, students could work freely after the performance assessment started, so Simon accepted Pierre's proposal. On the day of the performance assessment, Simon put a number of conscripted skeletons and Pierre into subspace and arrived in front of the teleport magic circle, the meeting place. Huzzah! He was hungry, having to go to Pierre's ruins early in the morning. While he was nibbling the wheat bread he bought from the school cafeteria. Simon! Camabaras was running down the hill waving. Her ever-smiling face had the magical power of making the people watching her feel better as well. Simon also smiled and waved. Hello, Cammy. May I sit beside you? Of course. Sitting next to Simon, she brought her knees to her chest, rested her hands on her legs, and smiled. You seem to be in a good mood today. Yes. It's another group performance assessment after so long. It was. Aaron clearly mentioned that this performance assessment maintained the group compositions in Jane's class. When Simon glanced around, all the Class A students were talking with their groupmates. I'm a little worried, said Simon while munching on the bread. About what? The seniors in my club said that this performance assessment will be tough. I heard that too. Apparently, Class C went ahead of us, and it seemed like everyone was so exhausted that they may as well have been zombies themselves the day after. Oh. What's with you guys? Simon raised his head. Rick was looking down at the two of them with a mischievous smile. You guys are getting along well, huh? Wow. Almost like a couple. Rick! Shouted Camabaras as her ears turned red. Simon just let them be and gnawed on his bread. I said it's nothing like that. Camabaras jumped up and down in front of Rick while covering his mouth. Rick uttered a few words, and despite them being muffled by the hand, she went red as a tomato and slapped Rick on the forearm in embarrassment. Cammy is the only one who plays along with me, after all. While Rick was enjoying the worthwhile teasing of Cammy. Hey! Stop bullying our Cammy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Maylin was approaching them while her light blue hair fluttered behind her. Rick shrugged his shoulders. I think it's a bad habit to criticize people without hearing the context. Yeah, your usual behavior is context enough. Wow. You're so mean. Maylin shook her head. I still feel ashamed whenever I remember how I made a fuss at the beginning of the semester because of your wordplay. Oh. So you're saying that you've gained immunity these days? Of course. You're pretty confident, huh? Wanna test it? When Rick suddenly bent over and pretended to put his hand on his knee, Maylin spat out. Ack. My legs are stiff after standing in this posture. Guess I gotta touch my legs a little. Rick's face stiffened. Maylin had guessed exactly what he was going to say. He pretended as if it wasn't that and changed his posture. This time, he tore his leg straight. Are you planning to do that one? The one where you go come at me or whatever? What the, how did you? Come on, even if you keep milking this one, know your limits. That's been way overused. You're so cool, Maylin. Camabaras clapped and cheered. Simon was also watching Maylin's counterattack in excitement. Rick wiped his face as if he were going through the greatest dilemma known to man. Whoa, shit. I was planning to save this if I could, though. Stop messing around and prepare for the performance assessment. This time, I'll try imitating Maylin's signature victory pose. Signature victory pose? Maylin's expression became a little uneasy. I think it was something like this. When Maylin won the dual evaluation. Rick crossed his arms. In that position, he placed his left arm on his navel, and his right arm pointed toward his face. He straightened one leg and slightly bent the other, making a pose that showed off his curves. In that pose, he flicked his hair behind his ear and smiled brightly. Try harder, commoner. The other students, who were watching in curiosity, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Simon spat out the bread he was eating on the grass, and Camabaras quickly covered her mouth. And Maylin, the one directly involved, couldn't stop her face from turning red. Wahahaha. Isn't it really the same? Let me try again in a different pose. Don't do it, you crazy bastard. In the end, Maylin took out a bag from her subspace and beat up Rick. Rick fell on the grass as Maylin kept whacking him across the face. It was a one-sided massacre. No, not a beat-up ending again. Die. Cheerful laughter erupted from everywhere. Huh, what fools. A female student from Hector's faction scoffed. They really can't read the room. So carefree, not knowing where we're going. Don't laugh, you us. Kook. She hit the boy next to her on the back of the head. While everyone was lively sharing stories. Attention. Aaron finally showed up. All the students' eyes widened. Instead of wearing a loose t-shirt, shorts, and slippers as usual, he appeared in a coat with a black feather. Whoa, the tailor really makes the man, huh? He looks completely different now. While the students were silently admiring him, Aaron spoke in his characteristic languid voice. There's no time to chat. Everyone, go up to the teleportation circle. Aaron was sending out the students without any explanation for now. The students entered the magic circle, and Aaron arrived at the center last. It was the teleportation feeling that Simon had already gotten used to. He felt his feet rise and closed his eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. He opened his eyes. Simon felt like his image of the place formed by the stories and rumors he had heard from his seniors completely vanished. This place was beyond his imagination. A black world. Breathing the air of this place made him feel sick. The sky was pitch black, and red clouds were floating above, moving about from strange air currents. There were weeds growing on the ground, and there were flowers too, but they all seemed dried up and lifeless. Simon thought that the evaluations of the people calling this place a land of death were accurate. The other Class A students who came through also were clearly bewildered at this disjointed, desolate view. Camabarez grabbed Simon's sleeve in fright. Simon patted her on the shoulder and comforted her in a low voice. Attention! Aaron, dressed in the black feather coat, came to the center. Students flocked to him. There's no need to make a fuss. This is a place called Deathland. It's in the southern part of the Shahid Kingdom. Sar the Oval Fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Aaron began to explain. Deathland is one of the top 10 mysteries across the continent. Powerful dark magic and natural phenomena are mixed to create strange occurrences, and the most famous one is. Aaron plucked a faded flower off the ground. There's no concept of decay in this area. When Aaron tapped the flower with his finger, it cracked and shattered into pieces. When a living organism dies, it maintains its shape and after a certain point in time stops rotting. That's why this place is. Aaron grinned and continued. Known as Zombies' Paradise. The students' faces turned pale. As a matter of fact, there was a strange noise coming from the surroundings and everyone quickly assumed it was a zombie. The performance assessment will be conducted as a group activity, said Aaron while looking at the watch on his arm. Until now, you guys have been studying zombies and even learned the magic circle that raises zombies. The content of the assessment is simple. Before noon, create the best zombie summon you can in this Deathland and show it to me. Simon's eyes widened. A mission to create a zombie. If so, it was useless to bring in the natural undead scattered throughout this Deathland. Only the summoned zombies made with the students' magic circles were subject for evaluation. The evaluation criteria includes the perfection of the zombie, originality, combatability, and the magic circle used to raise the zombie. There are no points for teamwork. All 4 of you will receive the same score and rank based on the performance of the zombie brought forth. Aaron smiled grimly. I hope there are no cowards who cry like a child at zombies. You guys are necromancers. Face this assessment like a necromancer. Chapter 122. Aaron then explained the exact details of the performance assessment. It was currently a little past noon, but the assessment lasted until midnight at the latest. Once the time limit is over, Kizan will teleport you back wherever you are in Deathland. Aaron and his assistant teachers will build a camp here and stand by. If you put the zombie in your subspace and bring it to the camp, Aaron will evaluate it, and the group can return to Kizan. Evaluation can only be taken once per group. If a problem occurs during the search, a request for help can be sent with the tongue pad given to the group leaders. Aaron or his assistant teachers will rush in immediately, but it'll be treated as giving up on the assessment. There are all kinds of undead in Deathland. In particular, there are many forms of natural zombies. Aaron continued. Zombies are typically level 2 monsters, and there are strong entities here that go beyond level 4. I believe you guys know this after studying zombies, but fighting them isn't recommended. Simon, listening to the explanation, nodded. Zombies react sensitively to sound, and when you fight zombies, other zombies who hear the sound will flock to you. If you don't want to be surrounded, it's best to avoid them as much as possible. As this is a dangerous place, fighting between Kizan students is strictly prohibited. Also, there may be necromancers or other corpse seekers who have come to obtain materials besides us. Avoid getting involved with them if at all possible. They're crazier than the zombies. Yes, sir. Then scatter, said Aaron while looking at his watch. The summoning performance assessment of Class A begins now. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Deathland was a huge city, not a forest like one may expect it to be. After Simon's eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could finally see the outlines of the buildings. The city was large enough to be compared to Langerstein. However, it was dark, gloomy, and abandoned. It was by all definitions a ghost town. Damn. The atmosphere here is insane, said Rick, his eyes constantly darting across the room in fear. Camabaras held on to the hem of Simon's blazer, shuffling close behind him as he walked. She looked frightened, but smiled when Simon met her eyes. Are you okay, Cammy? Yeah, she asserted. We might be in a scary place, but all four of us are together, right? We can do this. Yeah, let's do our best as a team. Meanwhile, Malin was more enthusiastic than anyone to search the city. She strode down an alley and was running her palm across a wooden building. It's amazing that the shape of the buildings remained intact like this. Excluding the darkness and the zombies, it just looks like a normal city. Gosh, don't just go by yourself, said Rick, horrified. Do you know no fear? Zombies are lurking everywhere. Malin looked back at Rick and smirked. Scaredy cat. Rick stiffened. Hey, what do you mean scaredy cat? I'm a necromancer of Kizan. It's my job to deal with zombies. There's no way I'd be afraid of. Malin kicked a nearby stone. Rick and Camabaras, who were tensed up, squealed and hid behind Simon's back. If you feel like you can't make it, just stay at the camp, said Simon with a wry smile. Malin and I will somehow find a good zombie and return. In fact, there were students who were so terrified that they wouldn't enter Deathland no matter what. They were under Aaron's protection at the camp. And no can do. Camabara screwed her eyes shut and pressed her head to Simon's back. Please don't throw us away. We'll do our best. And no. I don't mean to throw you guys away. I need to reach the end. Rick tried his best to smile despite his trembling lips. If I give up here, it's obvious that Malin will bully me the rest of the semester, bringing up things like teamwork. It's good that you know. After making the thinly veiled threat, Malin went on her tiptoes and peeked through a window. There's no one inside. I mean, of course there's no one there. There's no one anywhere. It's just undead. By the way, Rick? Simon scanned the gloomy city covered in darkness, then asked. Did people also live here in the past? Huh? Oh. Of course. Rick nodded and lowered his voice. Professor Aaron uses this place for his performance assessment every year, but the truth is, it seems many within Kizan are strongly opposed to it. Is it because it's dangerous? There might be that, but also this place is like Kizan's embarrassing past. Rick continued with a solemn face. Actually, this was a city of the old Talharan Empire. If it was Talharan, Simon knew of it, too. An empire that rebelled against Kizan suffered the Rose Withdrawal at the hands of 10 great necromancers and eventually collapsed. And in the days of Talharan, Deathland was the second most prosperous city after the capital. In the history books, it says that the emperor was captured in the capital after the Rose Withdrawal, where the army of 50,000 who went to attack Kizan became undead and turned on the capital, right? But apparently, that's not quite true. Before Rick knew it, Malin and Camabaras were also listening to Rick's story. The emperor safely fled from the capital amidst the chaos and tried to resist against Kizan by finding a new base. The successful bid for that base was this place, Deathland. At that time, Deathland was ruled by the powerful swordmaster of the empire, and there were many resident troops led by him. The emperor thought of launching a massive counterattack using this place as a base. Deathland was an iron-walled city with a tall fortress and a large population. In addition, the existence of a swordmaster, one who could deal with a high-ranked necromancer, made it perfect to prepare for a long fight. Kizan was concerned about the Empire regrouping and opposing Kizan, so they decided that overwhelming fear was necessary. As such, they dropped a terrifying, military-level dark spell on this area. Rick shrugged and gestured around. And it became like this. Exclamation point. Camabarez covered her mouth in fright. After the Empire's second city was blown away by a single attack, the Emperor completely lost his will to fight and surrendered to Kizan. Or something like that. Everyone went quiet. Eventually, Malin broke this silence by putting her hand on her hip and saying, "It couldn't be helped, right? If the Emperor had safely entered this city, he would have pushed all the people of the Empire into the fires of war because of his pride. An all-out war between Kizan and the Empire. That's just a tragedy, and millions would have died. It was headquarters' decision to cut them off before the situation got out of hand, and it makes sense tactically. But," muttered Camabarez, "I pity the people of this city." "Faye, it's true." Malin sighed in admission. She said it makes sense tactically but didn't say it was the correct way. Now, enough with the history lesson. Let's get back to the main topic. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rick clapped his hands. To use the zombie summoning magic, you must find a corpse first. Not all creatures in Deathland have become zombies. There are some that remain as undecomposed corpses, and finding them is a matter of urgency. Malin stretched out her hand. Then, let's search the houses. Maybe we'll be able to find something. Everyone nodded in agreement. We could do it this way. Simon suggested splitting into Team Malin and Team Simon to expedite the work. However. Hey! Are you really planning to send me off with an idiot like him? He's no help at all. Since we still have a lot of time, why don't we act together as the four of us? It's also a very dangerous place, so. Simon resigned, agreeing to go as a four. As Camabarez said, there was no need to rush right now. Safety was more important than grades. Group 7 decided to search the houses with the full group of 4. Rick knocked on the door with a very serious face. Nobody's home, right? Sorry for the intrusion. Don't be such an ass and go in already, you idiot. Malin pushed Rick aside and strode in. Simon came in after her and looked around. It was just an ordinary family home. This place had really maintained its appearance before the curse fell. There's nothing on the second floor, either, said Malin as she came back downstairs before anyone even noticed her go up. Let's head to the next house. Okay. The four of them searched house after house diligently. None over here. Next. They searched every house for almost 2 hours. Still, nothing. Whoa, this is harder than I thought. Let's take a short break here. The four of them entered a house and locked the door. While they sat in comfortable positions and quenched their thirst with water bottles from their subspaces. Yuwuig. Ow. Shit. That startled me. At the strange roar outside, Rick had fallen back in fear. Shut up, you dumbass, warned Malin, placing her finger on her lips. As the four of them kept their mouths shut and exchanged glances, they heard a sound of feet dragging along the floor outside the house. It was very close. It came right next to the window. Crap. Simon glanced out the window and signaled to the others. The four immediately lied face down on the floor. When Simon raised his eyes, he saw a silhouette through the window. A corpse with a horribly disfigured face was shambling about. Exclamation point. Camabarez covered her mouth, Rick just kept his eyes fixed on the floor, and Malin prepared to use dark magic in case of an emergency. Simon's heart was pounding fast. The zombie turned its drooping head and looked through the window. The neck was torn open and all the bones were exposed. There was silence for a moment, making it even more suffocating. Soon, with the distinctive sound of feet dragging, the zombie moved away from the window. Fee you. Sighs of relief resounded from everywhere. Rick said while patting his shoulder. Ah, thank goodness. I swear, I won't be able to sleep for a week. Maylin stood up from her seat. Let's move already. Zombies are starting to roam here too, and it seems like it's pointless to look around this area any further. In my opinion. Simon, who had been quietly listening to Maylin, felt his eyes go wide. Behind Maylin, something was protruding from the window frame of the warehouse door which had clearly been pushed open. Watch out. Sir, the novel fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A grey hand, pale like a corpse's, covered Maylin's mouth and dragged her to the warehouse door. Huff. MMPPPH. As she struggled, the other hand of the zombie could be seen slipping through the bars. It was Simon who reacted first. He rushed in like lightning and pressed his elbow down into the arm holding Maylin. As Maylin freed herself from the zombie's hand, Rick slammed the door shut with his whole body and blocked it. Kaya F. Beyond the bars of the warehouse window, the zombie was struggling, its arms having been forced out the window. The door could be locked from the inside, but a foot stood in its path. The door rattled and sounded like it was going to give at any second. Leave it to me. Blood Silk. Camabarez, who calmly completed her dark spell, sent a carpet woven from blood through the bars. She cleverly wrapped the carpet around the zombie's neck and pulled, letting Rick fully close the door and put his palm on the doorknob. Enchant. Rick reinforced the worn hinges with jet black. It's fine now, Cammy. At Rick's shout, Camabarez nodded and deactivated her blood silk. The zombie cried out again before charging at the door. However, the door didn't open, the hinges reinforced by the enchantment. All four of them let out sighs of relief simultaneously. Simon looked at Maylin and asked. You all right? Ah, yeah. Thank you. She stood up, holding Simon's hand for support. Rick scratched his head. Whoa, I almost had a heart attack there. Sorry. I should have checked more carefully. Nah. Even though they were all frightened, the fact that they reacted quickly when in an emergency made Simon think that they really were Kizan students after all. Simon looked proudly at his comrades, then turned his head to take a look outside the window. You could hear more and more wailing from the darkness. It seems like the zombies heard us. Let's get out of here. The combat power of the individual zombie wasn't anything scary, but the fact that other zombies could hear the commotion and gather was threatening. Everyone nodded and prepared to escape. Simon took a long breath and gripped the doorknob. All right, let's go. Everyone's gaze focused on the door. The moment Simon opened the door and went outside. Ah. His eyes fell on the zombies roaming around the outside of the door. At that moment, Rick threw the table he was holding at the zombies and shouted. Run. Chapter 123 Huff. Huff. Phew. Against the dark backdrop of the city, Simon and friends were running frantically through the streets. Hang in there, Cammy. Yeah. You too, Simon. Even though there was no one around just a few minutes ago, countless zombies suddenly jumped out of nowhere. They also all came from different directions. Zombies swarmed in each alley and were even coming out of the houses. What in the world is going on? Shouted Maylin. Zombies are appearing in places we've already checked. We must have missed them then. Just run. The zombies were encircling the four running down the streets. Seeing the number swarming them in the dark made them dizzy before even they dealt with them. They're in front of us, too. Shouted Camabarez. Simon and Rick exchanged a glance and nodded. The two took out swords from their subspaces and ran ahead of Cammy and Maylin. The two and the zombies passed by, crossing paths. A chunk of a zombie's neck was seen flying through the air. Perhaps it wasn't deep enough for Rick, as he turned around and thrust his sword into the same zombie's back. Ugh. Rick trembled in disgust as drops of black blood spattered across his face as he pulled out his sword. Maylin. I know. She summoned dark flames in her hands. She then dropped those flames into the alley and set the surrounding houses alight. The zombies running into the alley paused for a moment. Some recklessly jumped into the flames and were burned to death, while others turned around or even jumped over the flames. Now's our chance. In the meantime, the four of them ran even faster. As they ran away, their roles were naturally decided before they knew it. Simon and Rick cut down the zombies in the front with their swords, Malin blocked off the zombies to the sides by conjuring flames from time to time, and Camabaras kept the rear with blood bullets. Oh my gosh! Simon and Rick cut down the zombies. Rick's eyes widened as if they were going to pop out of his head as he turned around. The horde of zombies following them had already passed 100 in number. Every time Camabaras' blood bullets hit, dozens of them were swept back and knocked down. The sight of new zombies rushing in from behind while trampling on the fallen zombies resembled raging waves. Yoo-oo-oo. Ki-ya. Simon was dripping with sweat. At this rate, their stamina would run out and the zombies would catch up. They needed somewhere to catch their breath for a while. Simon's eyes shone with concentration. His eyes wandered frantically before fixing themselves on the roof of a nearby mansion. His pondering was short, and his action was swift. Come forth. Simon opened the subspace and took out 4 skeletons, and he immediately activated bone armor. The bodies of the 4 skeletons disassembled and began to attach to Simon and his group mates. Kaiawea. What's this? Malin's legs fell together in terror. It's the dark spell I cast. Please bear with it for a moment. Ah, that startled me. Tell us beforehand if you're going to use this. Simon covered all 4 of them with bone armor even as he gasped for breath. To be fully armed, 2 skeletons per person were needed, but it was impossible to operate 8 skeletons simultaneously. As such, Simon only covered their lower bodies with skeletons. Everyone, please line up next to me. And put your feet together. The 4 of them awkwardly gathered next to Simon. Rick looked back and let out a hollow laugh like someone who had seen something that they shouldn't have. Oh, fuck. I don't know what you plan to do, but you'd better do it quickly. They're also coming from the front. We'll be surrounded like this. There was no room for failure. Simon raised his concentration and activated the subspace in the left ring. Open. The Overlord's tentacles protruded from the openings on the floor like catapults, sending the 4 flying up. Kaya! Woohoo! The 4 flew through the air, and you could see the zombies swarming over where they just were. A hill had formed in the center in a matter of seconds. The thought that, if he had taken but a second longer they would have been crushed, made Simon sick to the stomach. To the roof. The bone armor pulled the bodies of the 4. They weren't able to dramatically fly with the bone armor alone, but it did allow the 4 flung like boulders to stay in the air a little bit longer. They could see the mansion right in front of them. Hold on. The 3 grabbed onto the edge of the mansion's roof. However, Camabaras, being too short, couldn't reach and started to fall. Cami. Essia, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. I'll go. Without hesitation, Simon let go of the roof. Then, he stepped on the mansion's wall and emitted jet black like a booster. Simon shot down like a bullet, making a crater on the wall. Then, he grabbed up the curled-up form of Camabaras, her eyes screwed shut, and pointed his legs downward. Open! A subspace opened on the wall of the building, and the Overlord's blade shot straight out. Simon stepped on the blade and absorbed the shock, bending his knees so deep it looked like he was sitting. Huff! He raised his head, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Resembling stairs, the Overlord's blades protruded from the wall at regular intervals. Without hesitation, Simon threw himself forward and landed on the second step with his right foot. Then, he immediately reached out with his left foot and stepped on the third. Rick and Malin cheered at Simon's movements like wild animals. Simon climbed the stairs made from the Overlord and safely climbed onto the roof. Only then did Simon let out a long sigh of relief. He looked down at Camabara's in his arms and smiled kindly. I'm sorry. You must have been really surprised. Camabara's was trembling, her hands clasped together and her face a bright red. I am sorry. This isn't your fault. It was my miscalculate. Ugh. Simon's legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. Simon. Simon. Are you all right? My legs went weak for a second. Is everyone all right? Rick and Maylin also hurriedly approached them. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ho, pretty good. Atop a ruined building, a pale, gray-skinned boy was playing with stones in his palm, throwing them up and catching them again. His eyes were on Simon and his group mates, who were catching their breaths on the mansion's roof. I won't let you escape that easily. He slowly turned his palm. Then, the zombies, confused after losing sight of Simon's group, started striding toward the mansion. Seeing their bewilderment, the boy giggled as if watching a show. Then, a zombie crept in behind him. The boy reacted like a child disturbed during his game. What is it? I'm busy. Skeletons? Do you think this is their first time doing this? It's different this time? The boy turned around and listened closely to the zombie. I guess it's troublesome if Manus is involved. In Deathland, two undead forces were currently in a deadly confrontation. The boy, who was the most powerful in the area, along with the zombies following him. And Manus, who was newly emerging in Deathland, along with the skeletons following him. Well, tell them to do whatever they want. I have a more urgent issue right now. The boy turned his gaze back to the Kizan students. A commander who appeared in Deathland. And Pierre. It's pretty much obvious what their intentions are. The boy spread his arms. In the dark, zombies, like a swarm of ants, began to advance. I'll destroy the Legion with my own hands. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the catacombs of Deathland. A man was carefully wiping his blade clean. He was wearing cloth clothes with patterns of red flowers all over his body. If there was something strange about him, it was that his body was made of white bones, not a single piece of flesh remaining. Do you know the legend of the zombie prince, Manus? The skeleton who was wiping his sword turned his head. An old man was leaning against the wall, smoking 2 cigars at the same time. The main body of the zombie prince is said to be sleeping somewhere in Deathland. They say that, if you obtain the crown the main body is wearing, you can control the zombies of Deathland. By extension, it means you'll own the entire place. The skeleton lowered his head again to focus on cleaning his sword. I'm not interested. I know you very well. The man unfolded his arms and slowly approached Manus. Don't you want to destroy Kizan and the Dark Alliance? Don't you want revenge? Manus didn't answer. The old man's tongue moved like a snake. Then, the first thing to do is to obtain this Deathland. Isn't this the territory you originally ruled to begin with? Smirking, the man added. Swordmaster of the old empire. Manus' sword was aimed at the man's neck. The man's body stiffened, but his mouth didn't rest. A decisive battle between you and the prince is inevitable. And you have overwhelming power, enough to change the course of the war by yourself. Why do you hesitate? Just like the man said, Manus was now on the level of an ancient undead. Manus opened his mouth. Where's the crown? I found it. The man rubbed his palms and smiled. And something may have happened. I confirmed that the zombie prince is currently away. It's the first time in almost 10 years. A chance of a lifetime. Manus slowly lowered the sword aimed at the man's neck. However, the unique sharpness in his gaze wasn't withdrawn. Kizan. This axis of evil destroyed Talhern, an empire that boasted a continuous history and culture. Due to their tricks, even he became an undead. Just a thin skeleton. The only reason he maintained his will while living in such a cursed body was his desire for revenge. The Rose withdrawal drove fear into the continent by turning all 50,000 elite soldiers of the empire into undead. but imagine it," said the man with a smile. "The scene of you and your former people who turned into undead completing vengeance on Kizan. Isn't it wonderful?" Manus turned his head to look at the man again. "Why are you helping me? I have said this time and time again, but I also have a grudge against Kizan. A common enemy. Isn't it a very simple logic?" The man made an eerie smile. "That is all." Chapter 124. Simon and his party climbed onto the roof to escape the swarm of zombies. But the crisis wasn't over yet. A horde of zombies found Simon and his party, rushing in and starting to climb the walls of the building. To be precise, they weren't climbing, rather the zombies in front were sticking to the wall and other zombies were clambering on top, forming a mound of flesh. Rick let out a weak laugh as he saw it. "Heek, this'll haunt my nightmares for the next week." A sight that evokes an extreme and primal terror. All the undead in this place screamed for the group's deaths. The only thing they could rely on was each other. "Let's move again." In the end, the four of them jumped off the roof with their armors on. As soon as they crossed the mansion fence and came down into an alley, zombies on the ground rushed after them as if waiting. "Is the city really this difficult?" panted Malin. "I thought we just needed to get some materials while watching out for a few zombies roaming around." Simon was also confused. There being this many zombies chasing after them was strange. Is there some unnatural force at play? At that moment, Simon, running along the carriage road, saw something like a lid. It was on the road, its subtly different color making it barely noticeable. "Everyone! Wait for a second." Simon ran toward it, grabbed the lid's handle, and lifted it up. Accompanied by the stench of the sewers was a ladder going down. "Simon! Are you planning to go this way?" Simon looked back. The waves of zombies looked like a landslide rapidly closing in on them. "Zombies are coming from all sides, so I agree it's not a bad idea to just go down." Rick shrugged. "Will it work?" "I think the zombies will follow after us right away. We could distract the zombies on our way, then sneak in here. What do you think?" Malin immediately nodded. "I'm in. I can obscure their visions with fire." "Ah, I heard that zombies are sensitive to sound." "Then we can use this." Rick took out a box in the shape of a musical instrument from his subspace. "This is a prototype not yet ready for sale, but I guess I can't help it." As Rick deftly wound the spring and released, music began to play loudly from the box. "You got any more of those?" asked Simon as he took out 3 skeletons. Rick pulled out 2 more music boxes so the skeletons could carry 1 each. "There's not much time." Camabaras was buying time by firing a series of blood bullets, flinging back the approaching zombies. "I'll summon the fire now." Malin swung her arm and spread dark flame around like a wall. Smoke rose along with the flames, and the group was completely obscured. "I'm counting on you." Skeletons carrying music boxes ran through the flames. Then they dispersed and ran in 3 directions. The horde of zombies heard the loud music and tore into groups to go after them. Now, the 4 of them swiftly entered the sewer. Simon, who came in last, closed the lid behind him with a. As soon as the lid was shut, nothing could be seen in the thick darkness, and all he could feel was the old ladder that he was gripping with all his might. "Is everyone okay?" "Yeah." After waiting for a bit to adjust to the darkness, he took a lantern out of his subspace. Now he could see better. Simon was at the top of the ladder, followed by Camabaras, Malin, and Rick. You could hear the rough footsteps of zombies directly above. The ceiling shook, and their wailing reverberated through the walls. With just a single ceiling above them, the 4 of them held their breaths and nervously waited. And after a while, did they leave? The outside had become quiet. The sound of footsteps seemed to have trailed off to someplace else. Only then did they let out a collective sigh of relief. "We have 2 options now," said Rick, seemingly regaining his composure as he spoke. "To go up or down. Either way is risky." As Malin was in deep contemplation, her eyes met Rick's. Hey! She suddenly blushed and grabbed the hem of her skirt. Where do you think you're looking? Ah, you caught me. You caught me, my ass. Die. Just jump off a cliff. Ouch. Hey. Hey. I got hit on my nose. My nose. Maylin grabbed her skirt and began kicking Rick in the face wildly. In the end, Rick went down, out of reach of her legs. Wow. You're seriously kicking a person with the intent to murder. It's dark, so I can only see the outline anyway. And why are you looking at that outline, you perverted commoner? While the two were fighting, Camabaras let out a small sigh and looked up at Simon. What will we do, Simon? Let's go down. It's hard clinging on to the ladder, and if we go up now, there would be zombies roaming nearby. Maylin and Rick agreed with Simon. Everyone carefully came down the ladder and stepped foot on the sewer floor. There was nothing special. The dark passage stretched endlessly, and the stench of sewage and ammonia stung the nose. Trickling down beside the walkable path was black, pungent water. Humph, it's better this way. Maylin crossed her arms. I don't think there'll be any more ingredients up there. Now that it has come to this, let's go all the way down the sewers to the depths of Deathland. Rick dusted off his hair. Hey, are you for real? There were already so many zombies around the entrance. There could be a real zombie den if we venture further inside. She grinned. You scared? Ehem. Scared? Who's scared? All I'm saying is that we shouldn't act impulsively. Let's make a reasonable decision. Rick and Maylin turned their heads at the same time to look at Simon. It seemed like they were saying, I'm right, right? Simon pondered for a moment before responding. Maylin is right. Materials close to the camp must have already been swept away. Class C went ahead of Class A, and according to the seniors in Mutant, all the students in Professor Aaron's summoning class came to Deathland last year and the year before that. Of course, the location of the camp would have never changed. So you're saying we need to go deeper? Simon nodded at Camabara's question. Yeah. I think they gave 12 hours and made us move in groups because it's difficult to get the materials in the first place. Rick clicked his tongue and nodded. Tisk, got it. If we all work together, it'll be fine. And just like that, the four were in agreement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon and his party wandered through the sewers until there was another way to get to the surface. Perhaps because of the shock from the zombie attack earlier, everyone was talking with resolution now. Pierre. Simon pressed down on Pierre's clone and spoke to him telepathically. What are your thoughts? Kuhi. I wonder. Zombies are so different, even among the undead, so you can't just jump to conclusions based on their behavior. But, well, I can make a guess. The skeletal mouth of Pierre's clone formed a weird grin. It's the former captain of the Legion Prince. He could have led the zombies from afar. I think so, too. Please tell me more about Prince's abilities and personality. Pierre immediately started explaining as if expecting Simon to ask. The most important ability of Prince is his crown. Crown? When he puts on the crown, he can control undead of the same kind as him. In other words, he is able to dominate zombies. Simon nodded. It was an ability like a lower-tier version of his commander role, being limited to only zombies. The difference from the power of a commander is that he can also control zombies that haven't undergone conscription, too. With this ability, he can rule like a king in Deathland, as over 90% of all undead here are zombies. That's why I wanted to come. I understood that part. Let me change the question a little bit. Would Prince be friendly to the Legion? It took Pierre a little while to answer this question. I'm not so sure. During Richard's Legion, Prince was in a moderate faction loyal to the commander. He seemed to have feelings of envy for him. But as you know, the Legion didn't end well. You'd have to meet Prince to know what he's thinking. If this large-scale zombie attack really was Prince's doing, and if it was because he recognized that Simon was the commander of the Legion, he might have to subjugate Prince by force. Simon. Simon flinched and looked to his side. Camabarez was smiling timidly. What's gotten you so deep in thought? It's nothing. Did you ask something? Rick pushed his head in. I asked about your thoughts on Malin's brutality, turning a good man's face into a flat patty for the crime of being positioned below her. Please die. Please get hit by a carriage and die as soon as you return to Kizan. Then they kept walking for what felt like an eternity. As their legs started to ache and their noses were going numb from the smell of the sewage. It's a ladder. They finally found a route to the surface. And unlike the previous one, the condition of this ladder was fine. Let's go. Simon led the way up the ladder. Rick, who was next, greeted the noble Malin and said something like ladies first, which was met by Malin pulling hair a few times. But that's not important. After climbing all the way up, Simon pushed against the ceiling with all his might, revealing the strange sky and letting a cool breeze in. Simon jumped out and helped pull up his group mates following him. Woa! Camabarez, who came up last, let out a small exclamation. So pretty! The place they escaped to was the garden of a large and luxurious mansion. There were no zombies here. It seemed that this garden alone was still managed by someone. The flowers and trees were in full bloom. Simon's nose sang with joy as he smelled the scent of flowers after the hours in the sewers. To think that a place like this exists in Deathland. They thought that it was a beautiful place, but the performance assessment came before sightseeing. Let's try to look for ingredients here. Yeah. The four of them started searching the garden. Boy. I can sense the traces of an extensive barrier in this place. What? What kind of barrier is it? One to keep the inside hidden. It's currently unlocked, but it seems like there's an entity who wanted to hide this place. Kaya. As Simon was concentrating on Pierre's words, he suddenly heard Camabarez scream. What's wrong? Cammy. The three of them rushed over. Oh, over there. A woman was lying in the garden. While everyone else was hesitant to check her out, Simon strode over and investigated her. Judging from the attire, she was likely a maid who worked at this mansion. She's dead. Long dead. A non-decaying world. She had already died, but her body was preserved in a non-decaying state. That only made it eerier. It'd be better for you not to look. Don't look down on me, Simon. Malin approached, her eyes shaking. I'm a necromancer, too. Rick and Camabarez also inched their ways closer. Malin boldly squatted in front of the corpse and rummaged beneath her clothes to examine her condition. She satisfies the conditions for the summoning magic in the textbook. I guess we could prevent ourselves from getting a score of 0 if we turn her into a zombie, but this feels lacking. Let's try to look for more. They all scattered again and started searching around. This time, Rick called everyone's attention. Isn't this enough to get an A+? At the back of the mansion was the corpse of a man who appeared to be a guard. He was bulky and almost 2 meters tall. He also looked like he never skipped a day of training, his whole body covered with muscle. In terms of physique, his body is the best. Yeah. But everyone was full of hesitation. The materials they had used up until now had already been processed by someone. But now they had to turn a fresh corpse right in front of them into a zombie. It was probably not the zombie attacks that made many students and seniors express how tough their experience of Deathland was. I'll do it. When Simon rolled up his sleeves and came forward, Malin stiffened. Search *the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hey, wait. I can do it too. I'm better at summoning than you. Even in the zombie summoning unit, I got a better rating. When Simon mentioned grades, Malin just pouted. Simon took a deep breath and knelt down in front of the corpse. Then, he placed his palm on it. He's already dead. Let's not get too emotional. The core value of the necromancer is practicality. A necromancer has to use everything, whether it be a corpse or something else, in order to win. Simon brought forth his jet black and began drawing a magic circle on the corpse's chest. Phew. Skeletons and zombies were both beginner undeads. However, at most necromancer schools, including Kizan, the professors of summoning largely teach skeletons. As this was an era of peace, for the sake of the students, some schools didn't deal with zombies at all, or they only used monster corpses for them. But Aaron was different. He brought first-year first-semester students to Deathland and had them raise zombies themselves. According to his educational philosophy, it was what a necromancer must do. Discern the fundamentals. Face it. And awaken. Just like how a surgeon who can't handle a dissection can't survive, a necromancer must be able to handle a fresh corpse. Simon poured jet black into his magic circle. Finally, the dark magic circle was activated on the corpse's chest. Chapter 125. According to what Simon learned in summoning, a necromancer's dark spells to turn corpses into zombies fit one of two categories. Raise zombie and summon zombie. Raise zombie is a dark spell that creates instant zombies that'll fight for a few hours in times of urgency. On the other hand, summon zombie can make a semi-permanent zombie by taking the time to summon them. And Aaron's evaluation subject this time had to be, of course, a summon zombie. Simon was planning to do it all by himself, but before he knew it, the other group members were also taking their places and assisting Simon. Simon, the magic circle's frenzy formula is causing a negative reaction with the corpse. It needs to be replaced entirely. Yeah. The actomyosin in the body is reacting abnormally as the summoning magic is being activated. It must be because there's no decay in Deathland. I think it's alright to go on like this. Feeling a little touched, Simon spurred on the creation of the magic circle. Let's focus. I need to make the most of the unique characteristics of Deathland. All formulas related to maintenance and decay should be eliminated. Simon simplified the complicated formula as much as possible after considering the environment, and then activated the magic circle. The dead armored guard shook as if having a seizure. Everyone, back off, said Rick. I heard that aggression toward the living can sometimes spike within the first moments of the summoning magic being activated. All four of them distanced themselves from the corpse. Finally, the corpse lifted itself up. Fortunately, it didn't show any aggressive reaction, just standing there blankly with his mouth agape. It's a success, right? I think so. The four of them sighed in relief at the same time. Then, Simon, the caster, tried to access the zombie's thoughts. There was no rejection. No side effects either. I'll try attacking. Simon used the connection to order it to attack a nearby tree. The guard zombie dragged on its armor and gnawed at the trees. The scene of it pushing at the tree while scraping it with his fingernails played out before them. Malin bent down and looked at the zombie's movements. The aggression is perfectly replicated, and the ptomaine is properly smeared on his teeth and nails. It's a pity that he has a slight limp because he seemingly injured his leg in the past, but this is good enough. After standing straight, Malin finally nodded. Yeah. If it's a zombie of this quality, a middle grade or higher is guaranteed. Everyone, good job. The tough part was finally over. Everyone laid down their heavy hearts and started talking. Simon decided to keep the zombie in his subspace, as he was the caster. Huzzah! Malin stretched and shook her tension out. Now we can just go back to the camp going through the sewer the same way we came and take the test from the professor, right? Rick blinked. Oh, that's unexpected. What is it now? I thought you'd insist on searching all the graves until we find a better zombie. Forget it. Malin shook her head. I don't want to go that far here. I also feel uncomfortable hearing about Talharan a while ago. Let's go back to the camp. Sure. The other three also nodded. But Simon, scanning the surroundings, said with a stiffened face. I don't think going back will be that easy either. HM? Why? A cool breeze blew through, and the bushes began to stir. Is there something in there? Simon just silently nodded. After a while, corpses with backs unnaturally bent began to rise from the bushes. Zombies. They were here too? This time, the mansion's windows fractured and broke above them. When Simon turned his head to look, he saw zombies pouring from the window. Bodies fell from the 4th and 5th floors and crashed to the ground before pushing themselves back up. Whoa, shit. What is it now? Run. Everyone sprinted in the opposite direction of the zombies. It was going to be a long run to get back to the sewer because they came all the way to the back of the mansion while searching for corpses. They are already this far. Simon groaned at the thought after staring at the garden. Before they knew it, the beautiful garden was flooded with zombies. What was happening, really? The zombies were also in the mansion. If they wanted to attack, they could have struck from the start. Didn't it seem like they deliberately dragged Simon and his party in deep until reinforcements arrived? Of course, there was no way zombies had that level of intelligence or tactics. Doubts in Simon's head began to snowball. This way. There were too many undead in the garden. Simon and the others decided to go a roundabout way behind the warehouse next to the mansion. However, zombies were guarding this side as well. There really is no end to them. Let's go. They were left with no options but to break through the siege with force. While Rick and Malin took the lead, frantically taking down zombies, Simon paused, then ran briefly in another direction. He stood at the back of the warehouse and pulled the imaginary lever. At this rate, somebody will get hurt. I'll have to borrow your power here, Pierre. Simon's group mates couldn't see the subspace from this angle, covered by the warehouse building. The subspace opened. Pierre and conscripted skeletons poured out. Hoo-hee-hee. I'm always welcome to run wild. But. SEA the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Said Pierre while shouldering his greatsword. If I fight like this, could not your friends discover you are commander to the Legion? They won't. Simon grinned. This is Deathland. It's the paradise of the undead. It's not unusual to see a skeleton fighting a zombie. Aha. Pierre, please act as a separate unit. Act as though we don't know each other. Kuhahaha. Understood. In short, Simon was asking Pierre to pretend to be a native monster of Deathland. Pierre moved with the conscripted skeletons, and Simon quickly ran back to the party and joined them as if nothing had happened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow, this is actually really dangerous. Muttered Rick. He defeated the zombies blocking the way, but there were close to 100 zombies blocking their way to the sewer. Plus, the number of zombies increased in real time, and the siege was slowly closing in. Malin bit her lip and looked at the tongue pad. She seemed to be hesitating about whether to send an SOS or not. But her hesitation was blown away at once. A huge slash cut through the dense formation of zombies. Kuahahaha. A tall skeleton carrying a white greatsword jumped into the zombie horde. Dozens of zombies fell with every swing of his greatsword. Behind him, conscripted skeletons began to kill zombies along with Pierre. A fight between skeletons and zombies? Is it a territorial dispute? Said Simon, trying his best to feign ignorance. I don't know what it is, but now is our chance. Run for it. Simon and his group mates ran toward the sewer, and Pierre and the skeleton army were also carrying out their mission properly. On the surface, it seemed like they were just fighting randomly, but Pierre followed Simon and the others while drawing the attention of the zombies. He sent slashes now and then to destroy the zombies on the way to Simon's group. Whoa. Wow. That's so fucking cool. Rick was fixated on Pierre even as he ran for his life. With that great sword and that cape, wow. It's a necromancer's dream. Isn't it insane, Simon? I'd love nothing more than to have an undead like that. Simon tried his best to smile and said. I know, right? But isn't it a bit strange? Pondered Malin. Are those really Deathland skeletons? Why does it seem like they're helping us? What are you saying? It must be a coincidence. Rick replied that way. But Simon had a guilty look on his face. Is it clearly contrived after all? Since where Simon's party and the Legion were heading was similar, she would have made that conclusion. Simon poked Pierre's clone. Pierre, can you see my location? Yeah, I can. Could you slash at our exact location? I'll react to it somehow. Kuahahaha. You crazy bastard. However, it seemed like he was going to do as he was told. A flash of light shone from where Pierre was. 10 steps ahead of your position. Simon reacted immediately. A huge slash came their way. Malin. Simon hugged Malin, who was running ahead, and threw himself to the side. Immediately, a slash sliced through the spot the two were just in, leaving not a single blade of grass behind. Rick and Camabaras fell on their butts out of fright. A huge scar was left on the ground, thick smoke trailing up. Holy shit. Rick let out a feigned smile looking at the destruction left by the slash. Who said that monster was on our side again, please? Simon stood up and said. Malin. Are you all right? After spacing out with a reddened face for a while, she jolted upright in surprise and said. Ah. Yeah, thank you. It's coming again. Pierre was firing indiscriminate slashes in all directions. The land shook frantically. Buildings collapsed, and debris fell. With a shower of debris about to fall on them, the four ran in a panic. Was my acting fine? Well done. As Simon fled, he gave a stealthy thumbs up to Pierre's clone. The clone giggled. Over there. I can see the sewers. While Pierre and the skeleton stopped the zombie horde, Simon's party safely reached the sewer entrance. This time again, Malin covered their vision with jet-black flames, and Rick scattered loud music boxes. Simon opened the hatch, and the other three quickly climbed down the ladder. Finally, Simon went in last and closed the hatch so it wouldn't look obvious. Rick even fixed it firmly in place with an enchantment. Phew. We're saved. Everyone let out a collective sigh as if they had forgotten to breathe. Let's return to camp quickly. This place isn't normal after all. I completely agree. The four of them descended the ladder and walked through the sewer. The zombies above didn't come down, so the tension that had been eating away at them gradually released. They also started talking casually. By the way, didn't that skeleton have some crazy strength? Wow. Maybe that entity is the ruler of Deathland? Enough is enough, dumbass. Malin scolded him. With that said, Simon tapped Pierre's clone with the tip of his finger. Pierre, how is it going? They're just many in numbers, but it's no big deal. I'll fight for a while then back out to join you. Yeah. I'm counting on you. Simon felt like they somehow passed this mission without much trouble. If he had one regret, it was that he couldn't find any clues about Prince. Simon wanted to look around this Deathland a little more. However, he couldn't come up with a reason to go ahead and search alone, leaving his group behind. If he told them he wanted to go alone, everyone would follow him, saying it's dangerous. Exclamation point. Simon stopped in his tracks. A chill ran down his spine. What was carried along with the wind was the foul stench of the dead. Camabaras, who was walking alongside him, looked at Simon in befuddlement. What's wrong, Simon? Everyone, stop. Rick, who had been taking the lead, raised his right fist and said that. Someone's coming from the other side. Footsteps echoed throughout the sewer. Since it was an enclosed area, the sound felt exceptionally loud. Malin whispered. Who's that? Is it a zombie? Its footsteps sound pretty normal for a zombie. Wouldn't it be kids and students who entered the sewer like us? Simon shook his head. Then you should hear at least 2 pairs of footsteps. A Kizan student wouldn't walk alone in a dangerous place like this. Everyone gulped and waited. And what appeared out of the darkness was a boy with an uncanny appearance. He looked young, about 12 years old, and his grayish skin drew immediate attention from the eye. He wore luxurious ceremonial robes typical of noble children and had a crown on his head. The boy was dragging something on the floor. It was the corpse of a horse that gave off a terrible stench. It looked as though it had been eaten by wild animals. There was a big hole across its side. Who's that? Anyone could tell that he wasn't an ordinary person. While everyone was nervous, the boy threw the corpse of the horse in front of the 4. They flinched at the disgusting appearance and stepped back. "My name is Prince," said the boy. "I am the ruler of Deathland." Chapter 126 PR/N. We've decided to change the notation for spell names to, instead of, to avoid confusion with ancient undead characters speaking. "I am the ruler of Deathland." As soon as Prince finished speaking, Malin crumpled to the ground. Her vision had begun to waver, and her legs gave out from underneath her. "Malin! Kook!" This time, Rick collapsed, his hands covering his mouth. Camabarez, a vampire, held out until the end, but eventually her eyelids drooped down until they were shut and she lost consciousness. Simon was the only one standing now. "You're holding up well. Are you used to the stench of corpses?" "Damn it. So this was the problem. The corpse of a horse brought by Prince." Simon immediately kicked it away deeper into the sewer. There was something like noxious gas leaking from the corpse. "Well, it's no fun if everyone goes down easy." Simon tapped Pierre's clone twice with a stiff face. "Pierre, this is him, right?" "What?" Pierre glared at Prince and shouted after seeing Prince's appearance. "Prince!" Prince also moved his eyes to see Pierre's alter ego hanging on Simon's school uniform. Pierre continued, "Sir, the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. So it was you after all. How dare you attack us despite knowing who we are? You infuriate me, Pierre. You haven't changed at all," answered Prince while running his hand through his hair. "Stop talking nonsense and rejoin the Legion. This guy is Richard's son." "Yeah, I figured. They look quite similar." Prince stretched out his neck, rolling his head in a big circle before locking eyes with Pierre's clone. "There are a lot of zombies over there, right? I expect it'll take you at least 20 minutes to get through them. Before that," Prince sneered, "I'll tear your contractor to pieces." He strode toward Simon, a murderous look in his eyes. A sudden one-on-one battle against an ancient undead. Simon tensed up, taking out some skeleton archers and having them spread out. "If I lose here, my group will also be in danger." Prince lowered his stance. In a blink, Prince appeared right in front of Simon, fist raised. Simon quickly tilted his head back. Drawing a bloody line, Prince's punch passed right in front of Simon's eyes. When the wind from his punch hit the sewer walls, a sound like a terrible scream echoed out. "If he lands even a single hit, I'm done for." Still, the chance to counterattack came. Simon immediately put strength into his left foot and lifted his right heel. Twisting around a full 180, Simon's punch struck Prince perfectly in the face. With the dull sound that rang out, Simon knew that had to leave a pretty big mark. However, exclamation point. Prince was nonchalantly smiling, seemingly unaffected. A punch flew in from Prince's other hand. Simon fell to the ground in an effort to dodge. "This is crazy." Simon looked at his fist. His fist was sore, feeling as if it was being stabbed by pins and needles, despite him wrapping his fist with jet black before the impact. It felt like he hit a huge rock. That was pretty mild. Prince showed no signs of shock or dizziness. Simon clenched his teeth and flexed his fist. An arrow impaled itself into Prince's back. Prince turned his head to see the arrow that pierced him. Arrows pierced his left shoulder and right thigh, then his arm and chest. However, Prince approached as if nothing had happened, even as another arrow flew in. Some of the arrows even bounced off. Damn it! What kind of toughness is that? After disconnecting from the archer's thoughts, Simon immediately opened a subspace in front of him. As soon as the two skeletons came out of subspace, they swung their weapons. A spear stabbed Prince in the abdomen, and a sword cut Prince's neck. What are you trying to do? But the weapons weren't working. No matter how hard the skeletons tried, it was useless. With a careless wave of his arms as if driving away a fly, Prince left the skeletons strewn across the ground. What kind of monster is this? Simon felt his intestines shrink in on themselves. So this was an ancient undead. He often forgot because Pierre and Elizabeth lay around without any dignity, but they were beings far beyond a human's common sense. Is this really all, Commander? Prince grinned and lifted his leg to trample Simon on the floor. Simon grinned back. Of course not. In that instant where Prince was caught off guard, 6 subspaces unfolded, and the Overlord's blades shot out like spears. They slammed Prince into the sewer wall, causing it to shake and debris to fall from the ceiling. Simon let out a long sigh and stood up. He saw Prince anchored to the wall by 6 blades. However, even the Overlord couldn't completely cut Prince. They pressed him against the wall, but the blades barely pierced the skin. This is surprising. Prince grabbed the blades holding his body one by one. Veins swelled up on the boy's slender arms, and he yanked them off of him with strength alone. In the end, Prince released himself from the blockade and landed back on the floor. Simon had no choice but to be astonished and retrieve the Overlord's blades. Is he for real? Simon's eyes sparkled. The anger, fear, and tension toward the enemy had slightly faded, and suddenly his strange nature arose. I want this guy, though. Ignoring the fact he was an enemy, he was wonderful. In the future, as a necromancer majoring in summoning, Simon had to master zombies no matter what if he wanted to make a living. How nice would it be if there were a captain who'd play an active role in that area? Simon wanted to know a little more about him. Prince. Let me at least know why we fight. Why are you against me? Prince frowned. And why do I have to tell you that? I want to resurrect my father's legion. I'm gathering my father's old comrades for that purpose. If there's any misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, you say? Prince sneered. What is there for me to misunderstand? Is it a misunderstanding that your father's eyes were glued on the priest, abandoning us as if dumping old shoes when he disbanded the legion? Prince marched forward in a fury. Simon sent in the Overlord's tentacles, but Prince didn't even flinch. No matter if he were cut by blade or arrow, he walked on, black blood splattering across the floor. I'm tired of being tied on with a necromancer, exclaimed Prince. I will become king of this domain. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Prince instantly dashed forward, coming up right in front of Simon. Simon immediately sent a tentacle up, but Prince grabbed the tentacle protruding from the floor with a bare hand and swung his other fist. Simon put his arms together, forming a guard. Exclamation point. The guard was broken by a single blow, and Prince struck Simon right in the chest. Simon flew back several meters down the sewers. Kuhuk. A sharp pain in the lungs woke up all the nerves in his body. Simon was shocked. Guarding was impossible. Dodge. He could only dodge. Run. He couldn't block, and he couldn't counterattack. It became a hit and run. Simon kept on running no matter what, sending in a blade or firing an arrow. Prince started to feel confused as he walked after Simon while tanking all the blows. Wasting his energy like this without striking a critical blow does nothing but tighten the noose around his neck. After seemingly running only to avoid Prince's attacks, Simon suddenly spread his palm. Exhaust. The most versatile curse, Exhaust, hit Prince. But when the curse landed, it was destroyed with a student-grade curses won't work on me. He's even got a curse immunity. Prince smirked and kicked Simon. Simon rolled across the floor to dodge, then sent another tentacle and sliced Prince's skin. Huff. Huff. After this frantic hit and run, Simon finally reached his limit. The ring on his left hand had already gotten as hot as a boiling kettle without him realizing it, and he was almost out of breath. He could feel a wall behind him, and he couldn't put strength in his legs anymore. Looks like you're at your limit. Well then. Prince grabbed Simon by the neck. Now you die. Prince started tightening his grip. Even as he was being strangled, Simon wore a pained smile. Prince's eyebrows twitched. You still have composure left to laugh? Die. Who? Feeling a sudden presence behind him, Prince turned to look. Camabarez, who had been knocked unconscious, was already standing up on shaky legs. Her hair stood on end, and black tears of blood flowed from her eyes. Release your hand. Fierce jet black radiated from her body. Right now. Hemorrhage overflow. Black blood began to gush out from all the wounds Simon had inflicted on Prince. Prince's eyes flickered in a sense of danger. Blood magic? Simon. Simon heard Rick shout. He caught a spear flying to him in the air and immediately stabbed it into the arm strangling him. Rick's enchantments really were different. The spear dug into Prince's arm to some extent, and when the blood was drained by the effect of the hemorrhage magic, his grip finally loosened. Simon fell to the floor and coughed. Simon, move. Mei Lin, standing on the sewer ceiling without anyone noticing, came down and swung her arm. It was a high-tiered jet-black fire spell similar to Dark Flare. Dark Prominence. A fountain of black flame swallowed Prince whole. It rippled like a squid and repeatedly set Prince on fire. After getting out of its range by a hair's breadth, Simon got up off his knees while still coughing. He heard Camabara's aching voice. Simon. Are you all right? Yeah. It wasn't like they had a great plan. Just a few minutes earlier, Simon caught Camabara's waking up as Prince's punch broke his guard and blew him away. He thought that he should make use of her powers. Simon made small cuts on Prince's body one after another while drawing his attention as much as possible. Maybe Camabarez had also read Simon's intent. She quietly prepared the hemorrhage spell and activated it at the crucial moment. Of course, it was beyond Simon's expectation for Rick and Mei Lin to also regain consciousness. Do we finally have room for a counterattack now? However, considering Prince's toughness until now, he wasn't going down like this. Camabarez fainted again as the recoil hit from forcibly using hemorrhage magic in bad condition. Mei Lin and Rick also looked pale, having just woken up after fainting. Just then, Prince got through the flames and shot at Mei Lin like an arrow. Mei Lin was hit by Prince's fist and flew away. The Kizan school uniform glimmered and applied its defensive effect, but the impact couldn't be stopped. The air got sucked out of her lungs, and she lost consciousness. Mei Lin. Rick imbued jet black on the short sword in his hand and rushed in. Simon shouted. Rick! Get BA! It was too late. Rick also crashed on the opposite wall and passed out. Were you really planning to beat me? Even though his body was terribly distorted by the black flame, Prince was smiling. Don't get too cocky. Prince snapped his fingers. A huge hole formed in the ceiling of the sewer. Dozens of zombies crawled in. Devour them all. Zombies came down and rushed toward Simon. Simon let out a long sigh and pulled his arm back. Aren't you a little bit too late? What? Bones flying through the air fitted onto Simon's arm. Don't tell me. And the great sword of destruction fell right into Simon's hand. With just a light swing, 6 zombies fell to the ground in halves. Breaking through so many so fast. Prince, starting now I'll fight you as commander, not student. Pier's bones, flying through the air, began to cover Simon's body. Close to completion, Simon said in a calm tone. I'll give you one last chance. Will you join the Legion? Or don't be ridiculous. The moment Prince was about to rush in, Simon flashed like lightning and appeared behind Prince. Pierre's skull, flying in last, covered Simon's head. Crap. He couldn't turn his head. Due to the fight with the kids earlier, his stamina was depleted, so he couldn't react. A white slash drew a dazzling line as it approached him. It struck deep into his neck. Soon after, Simon stamped his foot firmly on the ground, letting out a wild shout as he forced the sword all the way. The red, inner flesh split into two, and finally, Simon's greatsword came out the other side. And Prince's head was flying in the air. Chapter 127 Trigger Warning, Sexual Abuse. Mostly begins at midway credits, although smaller elements happen before. Prince's head fell to the floor and rolled around. Only then did Simon let out the breath he had been holding back. Not yet. Don't let your guard down, boy. The headless corpse of Prince turned black as though his soul was leaving his body, then scattered like smoke. When it cleared, only the body of a regular zombie remained. Don't tell me. Simon snapped his head back. Black lightning struck one of the now leaderless zombies that had just come down from the ceiling. The zombie's body turned dark. It seemed like the soul was engulfing the body. The darkened zombie's body contracted, and its shape had completely changed within seconds. Impressive. I didn't expect to lose a life so easily. The zombie transformed into the exact same prince who had been decapitated earlier. He even wore the same crown and attire. Simon tightened his grip on his sword. You'd better not come close. Prince grabbed the unconscious Malin's arm. Simon gnashed his teeth. Don't lay a hand on Malin. That'll depend on you. Prince grinned as he effortlessly slung Malin over his shoulder. Was it Simon? If you want to save this kid, come to that mansion from before. Of course, you have to come by yourself. Without Pierre. I'll tell you in advance, but there's no point in hiding him in your subspace. Prince slammed his feet into the ground. With a single jump, he got up to the ceiling. Well then. See you later. Prince. With a wave, Prince disappeared. Simon tried to chase after him, but with a roar, zombies rushed at the still unconscious Rick and Camabarez. Damn it. Simon hurriedly ran in and swung his greatsword, cutting the zombies into chunks. As Simon was about to chase after Prince upon eliminating all the zombies. Calm down, boy. He heard Pierre's voice. There's no point in chasing after Prince right now. Isn't it obvious that he'll play dirty, using that girl as a hostage? Gathering information comes first. I caught some interesting humans in that mansion earlier. Try interrogating them. Simon's eyes widened. Humans? In Deathland? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Prince arrived at the mansion carrying Malin on his shoulders. Pierre, you really did play around gaudily, huh? Zombies were piled up like mountains. Their black blood dyed the garden black and formed a river. Still, Prince thought that it was a good price to pay in exchange for holding off Pierre. Prince entered the mansion with a leisurely gait. 2 people were taken away? What the fuck were you lot doing? I am sorry. It just happened in a flash, so. Voices of humans could be heard within the mansion. Prince frowned and kicked open the door. The door slammed open, and he saw 3 humans inside flinching at the sound. When did you get here, Javier? Javier was an elderly necromancer full of wrinkles. He had a staff in his hand and, as always, 2 cigars in his mouth. Ha ha ha. So you're here, Prince? Javier put on his good-natured smile. I just arrived, too. I stopped by myself for our usual transaction. When Javier nodded at his men, they wheeled over a large box in a cart. I added 2 more than the typical amount. Check it out. Prince approached and opened the box. Inside was an ore similar in appearance to a lump of charcoal. It was obsidian containing high-purity jet black. The number seems to be correct. Ho ho. Have I ever cheated you? Javier had been running his corpse business ever since he retired from his professional necromancer career. He took care of the corpses that couldn't become natural zombies throughout Deathland, sold them in the market, and made a profit. In exchange for using those goods, he'd offer obsidian to Prince, who technically ruled Deathland. It was sort of a symbiotic relationship. After all, Prince had to consume that obsidian to maintain his strength. All right. Prince beckoned. The waiting zombies came and took the obsidian box, moving it elsewhere. Other than that, Prince, who's that woman? I picked her up. Prince dropped Malin to the floor. Javier glanced at her with his dull eyes, which quickly widened in surprise. I isn't she a Kizan student? How did you attain such a precious woman in Deathland? They seem to have been taking classes here once a year since a few years ago. How lax. Prince slumped across the couch and tilted his head back. But why did you take this girl? There's someone I want to kill using this girl as bait. If that bastard arrives at the mansion alone, I'll kill him. Who does he want to kill? Although he had his doubts, Javier didn't ask those kinds of questions. His eyes only remained on Malin, who was still unconscious. Javier, scanning her body up and down, darted his tongue in and out. Please sell this woman to me. Doesn't the corpse dealer only deal in corpses? I didn't know they do a slavery business at the same time. Sometimes even the living ones are useful. I'd like to buy her for 20 obsidian. 20 obsidian was an offer of a lifetime. It was almost half the amount Prince had just received from the box. Well, do whatever you want. I just have to drag that bastard to this place. He. At Javier's nod, his subordinates carried away the limp body of Malin. Trigger warning, sexual abuse. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the rocking wagon, Malin awoke with a splitting headache and slowly opened her eyes. She felt dazed. And extremely thirsty. Huh? Recovering consciousness, she blinked the sleep from her eyes and looked around herself. Why am I in a wagon? Did I pass out and return to Kizan? How did the performance assessment go? What about Simon and the others? Lost in her own questions. Are you awake? Suddenly, a wrinkly old man's face approached her. Malin tried to scream in fright. But all that came was. She couldn't even move her body. Her mouth was covered with a cloth, and her hands were tightly bound behind her back. Plus, the old man seemed to have done something to stop her using jet black. She immediately pushed away from the old man, locked her legs together, and shrank into herself. Oof. Oof. I'm not sure what you're saying. Javier clicked his tongue. What is he? What is this person? She had to figure out the situation. Now. She hastily turned her head and looked out the window. It was dark. Red clouds floated across the black sky. Unfortunately, this was still Deathland. The coachman driving the wagon wasn't even a human, but a skeleton. It seemed that she was found and carried away by this person after passing out during the fight with that strange zombie kid. But she couldn't understand. Ignoring how she wasn't eaten or bitten to death by zombies, why was there a human in Deathland? Javier was looking straight ahead without saying a word. Although his face looked like a zombie's, he was unmistakably human. Maybe I could communicate with him? If he saw my Kizan uniform, he'd know that he can't just lay his hands on me. Just as Malin was thinking that, a hand covered in wrinkles approached her thigh. At % and $% at. Malin let out a frightened scream and kicked Javier in the face. His head shot back. Kuho-ho. Soon, Javier let his head fall back down and laughed. Blood was pouring from his nose, but he licked the blood off with his long, snake-like tongue. So full of energy, befitting your young age. Very well. Fear shook Malin to her very core. Oof. Abuboof. Abuboob. HM? I really don't understand what you're saying. Oof. Javier approached with a grin and removed the cloth covering her mouth. After letting out a breath, she glared at him and shouted. "Get away from me, you dirty son of a bitch." Ho ho ho. Javier licked his lips without showing any signs of feeling intimidated. She got on her knees and lifted her body up. "I'm a first-year student in Kizan and a member of the Ivory Tower, Malin Valen. Do you know what forces you're messing with?" "To be precise." Javier grinned. "You're a corpse that used to be from Kizan and belonged to the Ivory Tower. Or that's what it looks like to me." Exclamation point. It's a pity, but this old man isn't so courageous to use a Kizan student as a hostage and ask for ransom, you see. You'll become a very good undead. Javier abruptly pulled Malin's tie. She was powerless to avoid falling into Javier's legs, and Javier held her up by the chin. "Kook. If you're from the Ivory Tower, you'll make very good material. Could be material for a skeleton mage or a banshee." Javier's fingers brushed across Malin's cheeks. "Of course it's a waste. Such a waste. A face so beautiful and hair so pretty will be gone. But it can't be helped. I wish you to meet a good master after becoming an Undia." Malin bit Javier's fingers as hard as she could. Kekwa. She screwed her eyes shut and bit down with all her strength. Her teeth dug into his fingers, and she tasted blood. As Javier struggled in pain, she let the fingers go and reared back her head. Then she headbutted Javier with all her might. The old man rolled around the wagon, groaning. "Okay." She bought some time. Her gaze turned to the wagon's window. She was terrified at the thought that she might die, falling from a running wagon without use of her jet black or hands, but she thought that it was still better than becoming an undead for a guy like that. Once the decision was made, there was no hesitation. She threw herself out of the wagon window. Exclamation point. A tough grip caught her ankle as she tried to escape through the window. Wahaha. It's no use. Then, with great force, she was yanked back into the wagon. A sharp pain was felt in her abdomen, and she dropped to the carriage floor. Soon, Javier pulled back on Malin's light blue hair and licked his cracked lips. "Well done, young lady. To bring up this courage and show such wit while not being able to use hands or jet black." As expected, not everyone can enroll in Kizan. However, Javier brought a hand to her school jacket. "That, too, is over now." She closed her eyes tight. An angry tear rolled down her face. To not be able to achieve anything after coming to Kizan, and dying like this in. Something landed on the ceiling of the carriage. The horses pulling the wagon swerved with frightened whinnies, making the whole thing rattle. "HM? What's wrong?" A white greatsword pierced the ceiling and descended. Malin was so startled that she started hiccuping, and Javier's face turned pale. Soon, the greatsword drew a triangle on the ceiling and made a hole. And from it, a man entered the wagon. Who are you?" He had a cape around his body, and khaki clothes that resembled overalls could be seen underneath. Bones were glued all over his body. As the man looked back, Malin pressed her back against the end of the wagon and trembled in fear. I can't even breathe." It was a sense of intimidation that could turn somebody insane. Half of his head and face were covered by the skull, exposing only his mouth. A blue aura like a torch rose from one eye of the skull. The man silently looked at the rope that tied Malin's hands and the loose clothes. Then he turned his head to look at Javier. "I'll ask you again, who or why?" Sar the novel, ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The man's foot shot out at an incomprehensible speed and struck Javier right in the abdomen. Javier doubled over and coughed up blood. This time the man trampled the back of Javier's head. The force was enough to splinter the wagon floor beneath, pushing the head beneath. The man didn't stop his violence. Malin trembled in fear at the scene. Leaving Javier's torso a bloody mess, the man took a step back before kicking him through the wagon's wall. Javier's body rolled limp across the rough road beneath. A scream of pain echoed through the still air, the sound of his bones getting crushed by the carriage's wheels soon following. Chapter 128. The wall of the wagon was broken through with just a single kick. A shiver went down Malin's spine as she stared at the man wearing skeleton armor. What the hell is this person? The man turned to the terrified Malin and then, without hesitation, strode toward her and reached forward. Kook. She closed her eyes and turned her head. Suddenly, she felt an arm wrap around her waist and her legs leave the floor. She realized belatedly that she was being lifted, caught in the man's side. Gua. What kind of position is this? It's embarrassing. She wanted to scream, but she couldn't move her mouth due to the enormous pressure the man exuded. Would it be best not to resist? The man checked Malin was fine in his waist and then jumped off the moving wagon. Kaya! She couldn't think straight with the winds buffeting against her due to the sheer speed. Soon, she felt the man's feet land on dirt. Malin carefully opened her eyes. Exclamation point. When she looked ahead, she saw the old man who had been kicked out the wagon earlier now crawling on the ground. Blood was gushing from his nose and mouth, and one of his legs was bent at an unnatural angle. He trembled and hobbled up onto his working leg. Ugh! Damn it! Who the hell are you? Who are you working for? The man didn't respond. He wordlessly crouched lower to the ground and put Malin down. Then, he raised the white greatsword he held in his right hand and leaned to the side. A terrible bloodlust emanated from the man. How dare you? He may be retired now, but back in the day, Javier was a notorious necromancer. As he thumped his staff on the ground, skeletons rushed out of his subspace. Search *the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Malin, lying on the floor, lifted her head. At least 20 medium-sized skeletons carried lances multiple meters long. He was a necromancer capable of operating at least a platoon. That perverted geezer isn't an ordinary necromancer after all. A white slash drew a straight line in the air. Fierce winds blew through the area for a second, and by the time they cleared, the skeletons were strewn across the floor. Huh? Javier stood agape at the scene before him. Malin also looked at the man in shock. What did he just do? The man calmly put the greatsword on his shoulder and started walking toward Javier, who after barely processing what happened hastily flicked his wrist. Restore. However, the bones that had fallen to the ground were silent. No matter how many times he tried to restore them, it was the same. There was a light rattling sound, but they didn't wake up. A strange enchantment has been cast on the sword. To think that he's this strong. It was a mistake to send all the meat golems, his main summons, to Manus. He didn't expect a battle to unfold here. He had no choice but to use his last resort. He put a hand underneath his shirt and activated the jet black circle drawn on his chest. Oof. Javier clutched at his neck, staggered back, and vomited strange flesh from his mouth. As though his nutrients were being sucked out, Javier's body gradually withered and thinned until he became a mummified corpse, and the flesh he vomited from his mouth grew bigger and bigger with Javier as its fuel. Malin went pale. What was he growing inside himself? It was a monstrous creature that seemed to be made of organs. It was over 3 meters long, and its limbs bulged with bundles of organs. The monstrous creature let out a roar. Its whole body was dyed with jet black, and sharp bones protruded from its arms. Avoid it! Shouted Malin. That's an immovable entity. There's no need for you to fight it. The man swung his greatsword. A thin white line was drawn from the shoulder of the strange creature to the waist. A moment passed, and the creature's top half started sliding down the bottom at an angle. In just one blow? Malin's eyes shook as if experiencing an earthquake. The man reversed his grip on the greatsword and leaned further forward. Slashes cut left and right, and even diagonally as he twisted his body. Countless thin lines were drawn across the monster's body. With the sound of a butcher's blade slicing up a hunk of meat, the monster was chopped into countless small chunks of flesh and fell to the ground as a pile of mass. Ah! Malin trembled with a shudder. Overwhelming strength. As if playing with a toy, he took down the monster that was made with the sacrifice of a professional necromancer's life. Who in the world is this person? The man put the greatsword on his shoulder again and looked at Malin. She tightened up. Just looking at that skull helmet and seeing the blue smoke billowing from his eyes gave her a sense of fear. He gave off a completely inhuman aura. As the man approached, she averted her gaze and shied away. Damn it. Since when was I such a coward? Of course she was afraid of the man, but in the past she would think of the Kizan school uniform as an invincible armor. No one could lay a hand on her if she wore this uniform within the Dark Alliance. But that notion had just been broken by Javier. Not only was she about to be caught in something revolting, she was also almost sold as a corpse. Deathland was a place common sense didn't work and Kizan students weren't invincible. She didn't know what this man would do next. When she thought of it that way, she couldn't help but be afraid. This again? Her face went bright red. Again, the man placed Malin on his side and jumped up into the sky. Malin's scream echoed across the land. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Malin was hoisted away without knowing what was going on. The surrounding scenery flashed past. It was difficult even to open her eyes in the harsh headwind. Their speed gradually decreased, and soon the man landed on the ground once more. Malin quickly opened her eyes and tried to get her bearings. She didn't recognize much, but there was a road leading to the sewers in the distance. The man put her on the ground and gestured. Turn around? It didn't seem like she had much of a choice. Once she got off the ground, turned around, and knelt down, the man moved his greatsword. The blade cut through the rope. Next, he poked the back of her hand with the tip of his greatsword and she heard a magic circle shatter. Apparently, that was the curse restricting her jet black. Her core activated again, and jet black began circulating all over her body. After being freed, Malin looked up at the man in confusion. He's saving me for nothing? The man turned his back without any hesitation, his cloak fluttering behind him. Wait a minute! Shouted Malin as she jumped to her feet. Thank you for saving my life. Please, let me reward you. The man stopped, only turning his head to look back. No matter how many times she saw that face, it was petrifying. But she gathered her courage and put a hand to her chest. I'm Malin Valen, a student of Kizan and member of the Ivory Tower. If there's anything you want, return to your friends. Malin was startled by the man's voice she had heard for the first time. It was a low, cold voice that didn't sound like a human's. 2 people are unconscious in the sewers. Ah. She recalled her group members. Is everyone okay? Wait, but 2 people? What about the other one? There was a guy. He was also captured. But he escaped on his own and went into the sewers. He should arrive in a few hours. Naturally escaping on his own. That guy must be Simon. Just as Malin was thinking that, the man started walking again. Malin's mind suddenly started racing. He's just gonna leave like this? Anything. She wanted to know at least something about this man. Name? She raised her voice. Please, at least tell me your name. I beg of you. The man stood there, wordless. Then he briefly answered without looking back. Payan. As he straightened his bent knees, he soared into the sky. She watched the man disappear into the darkness in an instant before gathering her hands with rosy cheeks. We'll be able to meet again, right? Her heart was pounding as she watched the man disappear into the darkness. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Running through the trees, Simon took off Pierre's skull and placed it behind his back. Then, he took a big breath, feeling his tension release. Phew, I thought I was gonna get caught. Kuhahihi. Well done, boy. It began like this. After Prince kidnapped Mei Lin, Simon interrogated the humans Pierre had captured at the mansion. It wasn't difficult to get them to talk. They quickly confessed when intimidation specialist Pierre created an atmosphere of fear by prodding their necks with his greatsword. They revealed that they were employees of a retired necromancer named Javier and run a large-scale corpse business. When Simon asked if they'd seen a schoolgirl in a Kizan uniform, they shook their heads. But if Prince had the girl fall into Javier's hands, they said she'd be put in a wagon and sent to a camp a bit far from here, claiming that the mansion would soon become a battlefield. What do you mean by the mansion becoming a battlefield? The captives seemed hesitant to answer this question. Pierre partly performed a sword dance, and the terrified captives immediately spilled the whole story of a new incident that hadn't been revealed yet. Javier was maintaining a partnership with both Prince and Manus, the two most prominent ancient undeads of Deathland, at the same time. His final goal was to have Manus eliminate Prince and to get Prince's crown in the end by also eliminating Manus. That's how he figured out the whole story. But Simon's first priority was saving the kidnapped Mei Lin. Rather than going straight to the mansion, Simon thought that infiltrating the mansion during the upcoming battle between Prince and Manus would be the best way to increase the odds of rescue. In the meantime, Simon decided to check the camp the captives had mentioned. After taking off his Kizan school uniform and changing into the captives' clothes, he headed toward Javier's camp. But while he was on the way, he spotted a wagon going the same direction. Simon attacked the wagon without hesitation and rescued Mei Lin moments before disaster. Kuhi. By the way, boy. Pierre said. When the girl asked you to reveal your name, what was that paean? At that question, Simon blushed and cleared his throat. Just at first I was gonna answer Pierre, but I thought that could complicate things. So I just mixed Pierre with my name, Simon, and said paean. Kuhihi. Let's stop talking about that and head to the mansion already. A war between Prince and Manus. This was lucky for Simon. He thought it was a chance for him to attain a third ancient undead, one that was uncooperative with joining the Legion. As Simon looked up, he saw the mansion burning through the thick forest. It seems that the war has already begun. Chapter 129. The war had begun. Skeleton troops led by the former Empire Sword Master and current ancient undead Manus were rushing into Prince's mansion. Prince's zombies, who dominated Deathland, couldn't help but struggle. The losses from the battle against Pierre earlier accounted for some of that, but there was a much bigger problem at hand. Manus' side had a new undead entity at the front lines. The meat golem, Javier's masterpiece. It had short legs and its torso bulged out like a roly-poly, a small head sitting on top of it. Its most distinct feature was that the whole body was covered with a solid, bouncy biological shell. The zombies couldn't scratch or bite through that shell, and not for a lack of trying. The meat golems trampled the zombies and swung their long arms. The dense formation only made them easier targets as hordes flew away like toys every punch. There were a total of 16 meat golems. With this many giant monsters pushing through the front lines, it was impossible to fight them with zombies alone. Damn it. Prince watched the scene through a window in the mansion, gnashing his teeth. That modified meat golem simplified all other functions and focused on strengthening the shell. In fact, it was an undead entity born only to deal with zombies. He didn't know whose work it was, but he was irritated. I know that already. After lashing out at the zombie, Prince strode forward and looked at his main body sitting on the throne. It was a withered corpse with a crown on its head. Prince was also wearing a crown, but this was just an imitation of his abilities. The crown on the main body emitted a brilliant light as if to prove it was the real thing. I can never hand over the crown. Prince turned to his zombie subordinates. Simon will arrive soon. When he arrives, bind him in chains and chuck him in the underground prison. He won't be able to act foolishly. He still thinks the girl is being held hostage. Prince opened the window he was looking out of. He gave his main body one last look before flinging himself out of the mansion. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Manus looked down at the battlefield. It was satisfying. Although his allies were behind in headcount, the war was in his favor as long as he had the meat golems, which were impervious to zombie attacks. Still, the zombies' aggression is threatening. In fact, a horde of zombies was trying to squeeze into a gap between two golems. Manus slowly walked to that side and brought his hands to the sword at his waist. The moment Manus drew his sword, a single slash of his passed through the zombies. That was all. With the horrific sound of flesh getting sliced, blood spurted out in all directions and the zombies collapsed to the ground, severed at the waist. Phew, as expected. As expected. Brilliantly done, Sir Manus. Behind Manus, two of Javier's men clapped their hands and browned their noses. The war has begun. Where is Javier? Looks like there's been a small complication. But he'll be back soon. Humph. Manus never really liked Javier, but he had no choice but to acknowledge his skill. It was Javier who developed the meat golems and figured out how to pass through Prince's barrier. The timing for the invasion of the mansion was also excellent. He aimed precisely where Prince was unsettled. Manus tore at his face. What's happened to you, Javier? Javier's whole body was drained like a mummy. He quietly chanted an incantation. Life drain. The subordinate screamed and struggled when the magic circle on his palm was activated. Soon, their bodies gradually withered like mummies and Javier returned to his original form. Phew, that's the good stuff. As Javier shook out his hands, the two mummies fell to the ground. Did you really have to absorb all their life forces? They are your subordinates. Asked Manus disapprovingly. I actually brought them around, giving them salaries with this in mind. When he hit the ground with the staff in his hand, the two men's skins cracked open, and skeletons came out from within. As if it were obvious, Javier opened his subspace and deposited the skeletons. It wasn't a very nice sight, even for Manus, who was undead. Sorry for being late. I got disturbed by a strange guy, you see, said Javier as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. Nothing would have changed. But please focus on the war from now on. No problem. How's the situation? It's going just as we expected. Moving Prince's main body to another location takes a lot of time and effort. The zombie prince would most likely fight till the end to protect the mansion, so it was their victory if they could enter the mansion, pushing the zombies away. Of course, there's no way the zombie prince would just sit there and watch. After squinting his eyes and scanning the battlefield, Javier said, Ho ho ho, there he comes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Prince arrived on the battlefield. Even before arriving on the battlefield, his targets were decided. The meat golems. He had to defeat them all no matter what to have even a chance to win. Hi-ya. Prince charged in and thrust his fist into the abdomen of the frontmost golem. His fist sunk into the flesh, and the meat golem's belly wobbled like jello. Shock absorption? He took the meat golem's counterattack. It didn't hurt, but it did make Prince angrier. How dare you, you filthy unrotting flesh. He changed targets immediately. This time he climbed up the golem's torso and aimed for its head. He quickly had it held between both his legs and twisted. The meat golem let out a painful scream and Prince raised his fist. The meat golem's face was distorted and covered in blood from the ruthless attack. It staggered back a few steps before its enormous body fell to the ground. Saw the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now. Prince ordered the zombies to charge. The hordes of zombies that had been blocked by the meat golems finally burst through like a breaking dam and started attacking Manus' main troops of skeletons. Prince felt like he could breathe a little bit on the battlefield now. Next. There were 15 meat golems left. It was a mind-boggling amount, but he had to beat them all regardless. Prince ran toward the second meat golem. He climbed up to its head again, dodging its attacks. I'll end you quickly. The moment he raised his fist, the sound of a swinging sword rang in his ears. Prince suddenly felt his vision going up, He turned his eyes and looked down. He saw the battlefield entangled with zombies and meat golems, and most importantly, he saw his own body riding a meat golem. His body had no neck. Exclamation point. The whole world turned gray, and his vision felt like it got sucked inside himself. Prince woke up inside the mansion. He was back in his body. What? What just killed me? The ability of the ancient undead prince. He has up to 9 regenerable lives. He was able to recover 1 a week if he focused only on rest for the entire time. One of those important lives had been lost in vain. Damn it. He had to return to the battlefield. Prince stared out the window and turned one of the zombies on the battlefield into him. Darker than normal jet black fell like lightning and wrapped around the zombie's body, soon turning it into Prince. After quickly returning to the battlefield, he raised his head. He saw the meat golem and the zombie's body once his own body falling from it. And a small distance from that location, he saw a skeleton wearing a cloth with a red flower pattern on it putting his sword back into a sheath. It was that bastard. Manus. Prince rushed in out of fury. Manus also spotted him, grabbed the handle of his sword, and lowered his stance. It's fine. He can't cut me yet. I was just careless earlier and didn't cover myself in jet black. At the same time as Manus' sword slash flew at him, Prince raised his arms in a guard. Exclamation point. A fountain of black blood flooded out from a large gash in his arms. The wound was deep. Despite strengthening his arms with jet black, they almost fell off. Are you surprised? Manus opened his mouth in a stance where he sent out a slash. In the battle decades ago, I couldn't cut you. After that defeat, I radically changed my ways. You. Manus' blade was stained with jet black. I stopped obsessing over the old swordsmanship, and I stopped trying to imitate auras with jet black. I admitted it. That jet black is superior to aura. I focused on maximizing the sword's cutting power with the jet black's power. The outcome is the wound you're suffering right now. The flames in Manus' eye sockets flickered. Now, I can cut you. Don't be so cocky just because you got 1 of my lives, you worthless piece of trash. As Manus swung his sword, Prince once again took up a guard. But this time a thin line appeared on his left forearm and it fell off. Hua wah. Despite losing 1 of his arms, Prince continued his charge. It was faster for Prince to grab hold of Manus' sword with his bare hand than it was for Manus to swing it again. His hand dripped with blood, but Prince pulled back his fist, trying to bring the sword with it. But his hand didn't budge. He didn't have the strength of his left arm after the previous attack. It was a mistake Prince often made due to the nature of his ability to use the body of another entity. Your tactics haven't changed in decades, huh? You bastard. Prince opened his mouth and tried to bite Manus. But this time, his whole body lost strength like a lie. Prince went down on 1 knee. Behind him was a red magic circle that looked like it was drawn with blood, and a single rose had taken root in Prince's body and grown. Your body has a strong immunity to curses. Prince looked back and his eyes widened. So I've been honing my hemomancy, and it's looking very successful. Javier. You betrayed me. Betrayed, you say? I was never on your side from the beginning. We were merely in a business relationship, weren't we? Javier curled open his hand with a sickening smile. The rose grew in size, further draining Prince's strength from his body. Javier. As Prince weakened, Manus pulled the sword from Prince's tight grip, severing Prince's fingers in the process. And now, Manus' sword cut Prince's neck once more. There are 7. Prince's world blurred, and his vision reversed. When he came to his senses, he was back in the main body at the mansion. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He needed time to think. Prince didn't head straight to the battlefield this time but stormed down to the nearby zombies guarding his body. Slowly, his gray vision regained color. Damn it. 7 left? It's actually 6. It was painful to lose a precious life for nothing because of those Legion bastards. What should I do now? Can I destroy all the meat golems while avoiding those two? Even at the cost of all 6 lives? Reported a zombie who had come up to Prince. A deep frown formed on Prince's face. Intruder? What are you talking about? I just came back from dealing with Manus. I'm pissed off, and you keep on. Not even able to finish his words, the door to the room was smashed open. Before the dust settled, all Prince could see was a figure's legs walking forward. Seeing the figure of a man appearing from the thick dust, Prince's eyes went bloodshot. I know life is hard, but don't make that face, Prince. Prince wondered if there was a time when the saying misfortunes never come singly was as apt as it was now. Simon, wearing Pier's bone armor, was entering the room. Kook. Prince. Simon smiled mischievously and pointed his greatsword at the zombie before him. How many lives do you have left now? Chapter 130, You. Growled Prince, lowering his stance. Simon calmly looked around and found Prince. A corpse was sitting on a throne, a crown atop his head. Prince read Simon's gaze and reacted extremely sensitively. So you want to get the crown? Nah. Simon shook his head and added. I want to get you. What? Prince's mind went blank. I told you. Join my legion. Get lost. I'll never make a contract with a necromancer again. Simon pointed out the window. Then how are you going to stop that? A one-sided battle was still raging outside. Prince had only destroyed 1 meat golem, so the situation hadn't changed. I can lend you my strength. Of course, on the condition that you'll join the Legion and obey me no matter what. Stop with the bullshit. SEA the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Enraged, Prince dashed in and punched. Simon took the attack with his blade, dissipating the force by jumping to the side. I can see his movements better than when I first fought him. Of course, he was using the power of Pier and the Legion, but it felt like he was on the verge of an epiphany. Prince burst into shouts and lashed out without hesitation. He's agitated. He's on edge, and he's driven to the corner. He just can't afford it. He was like a completely different person from who Simon fought in the sewers. Perhaps his mentality matched his youthful appearance? He was getting swayed by his emotions too much. I might get an easy win if he's in this state. Simon, going to parry Prince's attack with his greatsword again, shifted the angle to slice into Prince's arm, not his fist. Even Pier's greatsword couldn't cut Prince in one go. The greatsword left a wound on his arm and ricocheted off as if it had struck metal. Prince jumped into where Simon had been knocked off balance from the impact. He fell for it completely. Open! A subspace opened behind Simon. As Prince jumped, the Overlord's tentacles shot out and pinned Prince's airborne body against the far wall. The strong shock wiped all emotion from Prince's face. Simon dashed in with jet black stepping and thrust the greatsword into Prince's stomach. Accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, Prince screamed in pain. Whoa, he's damn tough. Not even a quarter of the blade managed to bury itself inside. Simon let go of the greatsword and backed off. Kook. What are you planning to do? Something like this. Simon flickered with jet black and flew in, kicking the handle of the greatsword. Finally, almost half of the greatsword pierced Prince's abdomen. Kekwawa. His body may have been tough, but he seemed to still feel pain. A faint croak escaped Prince's lips as he coughed up saliva and blood alike. He trembled, tears forming in the corners of his eyes. I guess this is me repaying you for laying your hands on my friend. Simon turned his back and approached Prince's main body. Don't touch my body, shouted Prince, struggling to move under the blades pinning him to the wall. But Simon ignored him. After taking off the luxurious clothes that Prince's main body wore, he found a crack running through Prince's chest and he broke it open. Beneath it, Prince's core could be seen beating like a heart. Don't tell me you. Simon responded with a smile. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding zombies rushed in. I'm counting on you, Pierre. Got it. The bone armor covering Simon came off like a living garment and returned to the form of a large skeleton. Kuhaha. Back off. Shouted Pierre, pointing at Prince's main body. Do you want to see your master die? At those words, the zombies hesitated and Prince gnashed his teeth. You fucking bandits. Get out of my mansion. No. Ignoring whether Prince went wild, Simon focused on the core in front of him. Since they were old comrades of his father, Simon was planning to take the courtesy to slowly persuade them. But the situation was urgent. I'll obtain him first and see. If Simon didn't like it, he could just end it then. For now, it was necessary to put the shackles on Prince. Simon boldly put his hand on his core. Simon and Prince's jet black exploded and began to run wild. Kook. Dammy ithiite. It was painful, but it passed quickly. After a while, the jet black stabilized, and one could see Simon's unique dark blue jet black emanating from Prince's main body. Phew. He succeeded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Prince wore a resigned expression on his face after becoming the third ancient undead of the new legion. Simon figured he might not have strength left to even scream. I'll get you out. Simon approached Prince, pulled out the greatsword impaled in his stomach, and relinquished the Overlord's blades. Prince fell to the floor and black smoke enveloped him. When it faded, only the corpse of a normal zombie remained. A black bolt of lightning fell on a nearby zombie. The zombie's body turned black and changed to match Prince's appearance. Now he had 5 lives left. Huff. Huff. Prince kept gasping for breath. Seemingly due to Simon's influence, his appearance had changed. His eyes were now dark blue, and the robe he wore had also changed to navy-ish hue. Prince glared at him with teary eyes, but Simon didn't even blink. Instead, he smiled. Welcome to the Legion. Pierre also laughed and threw in a helping word. Kuhahaha. Right. Once a legion, always a legion. You bandit bastards. Prince stood up from his seat, shivering with rage. You could see him clenching his fists until the knuckles went white. You wanna fight? Simon blinked. Unless I disarm the legion, you'll die if the commander dies, you know? Shut you up. Prince rushed in. Simon made no effort to dodge, and Pierre kept on giggling with his arms folded and didn't even try to stop Prince. Kneel. His knees felt as heavy as iron, and Prince collapsed to the ground into a kneeling position. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. Whimpering in a cold sweat, he stared at Simon like he were looking at a monster. Crazy. An absolute order? There was no way he could resist such power. Prince felt his fighting spirit break. Simon let out a small sigh and said, Whether you like it or not, we're on the same side now. I think we should cooperate if you don't want your crown to be taken. Explain the situation, please. If there's anything I can help. Help? Prince sneered. Don't make me laugh. Help, my ass. Because you forcibly conscripted me, the situation has worsened many times over. Simon raised an eyebrow. If you have working eyes, go take a look outside. Simon did as he was told and looked out the window. The zombies fighting in the front behaved strangely. It looked like there was a sudden confusion in the command system. Even though the enemy was right in front of them, instead of attacking, they stood blankly in place, dug at the ground mindlessly, or bit other zombies and fought them. Because you forcibly put me in the Legion, the connection between the crown and the zombies has been severed. What are you going to do now? Prince continued while trembling. Now that we're behind in numbers, it's all over. Before I can even regain control of the zombies, Manus and Javier will rush in and hey. What are you doing? Before he had realized it, Simon had lifted the crown of Prince's main boda's head. So you can control zombies with this, huh? You fucking crazy bastard. Stop that. That's not something humans can endure. It's not like there's any other way than getting this crown working again," said Simon as he carefully placed the crown on his head. Exclamation point. An enormous number of thoughts started pouring into Simon's head. It wasn't just 1 or 2 undead. Nor 100, not even 1,000. No, it was orders of magnitude more than that. Innumerable thoughts were transmitted to Simon's head. At the same time, their senses started coming through. The steps, movements, blinks, the pain of being stabbed by a weapon, and even the pain of being trampled to death by a meat golem of each zombie. Simon experienced death several times in the few seconds of wearing the crown. The crown fell and rolled along the floor. Simon fell to the ground in a cold sweat. His vision was blurry. A feeling of nausea crept into Simon. It was insane. It was an insane thing to do, to connect with over 10,000 thoughts. Heh. I told you, didn't I? Prince laughed in spiteful vengeance. However, Simon staggered to his feet and again took the crown in his hand. "You, don't tell me. This," muttered Simon, "is pretty doable, isn't it?" "What?" Prince felt his brain stop responding. What the hell was this bastard? Simon lifted the crown again and put it on his head. He soon began to scream and writhe in pain. "Hey, are you insane? Doing that damn thing again even after suffering from it?" Hoo-hee-hee-hee. Pierre was laughing so hard his whole body shook. "Why aren't you stopping him? You're the marshal. Don't try to judge that boy with your shallow common sense." Pierre grinned. "In some ways, that guy is more dangerous than Richard." In the end, he dropped the crown again. But this time it lasted so long that it was incomparable to the previous attempt. Huff. Ha. Ha. Simon gasped and took the crown again. "Why are you going that far? Let's head out, Prince." He finally got the feeling of it. Simon smiled, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. "I'll show you how to win this war." Chapter 131, looks like something happened in the mansion, said Manus, looking at the confused zombies. Javier, next to him, was stroking his beard with satisfaction. "Ho ho, isn't this an easy win? Looks like all our efforts were for waste." Manus, staring at Javier in silence, turned his head again. Javier connected to the meat golem's thoughts and commanded. "Now's your chance. Push them down." The meat golems led the attack with their massive bodies and crashed into the zombies like chariots. The tight formation of zombies collapsed as if they were breaking through a soft tofu, and Manus skeletons following close behind finished off the fallen zombies. "March! Mar!" Huh? Javier, frantically giving orders, turned his gaze toward the mansion. Someone was walking out onto its main balcony. He put on a skull with flames for eyes and half of his body was covered with a formless cape. He held a white greatsword in his right hand and Prince's crown in his left. "I see. So zombies are neutralized because of him," muttered Manus, also having found him. But Javier, who was standing next to Manus, couldn't help but tremble in fear. "Why is that bastard here? Do you know that person? CTH novel, F. IR.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality." Then the man on the balcony took Pierre's skull off and put it somewhere on the back of his neck. Soon, his hair was swaying in the wind. The man had revealed his boyish face. "He's that young?" Javier was shocked and even felt a pang of jealousy that the man who had bested him in a single blow was such a young boy. Who in the world was he? Javier's eyes, frantically scanning the boy, widened again. The boy laid down his greatsword and was about to place the crown on his head. "Don't tell me he's planning to use it?" Javier's mouth tore open with the grin that formed. "Prince's crown is the power to become the king of zombies. If a human uses it recklessly, their mind will be shattered and they will enter a vegetative state. Even Prince, the owner of the crown and an ancient undead, couldn't stand the pressure of the thoughts, having to operate the main body and his clones separately. And if a human wore that crown, it was bound to destroy them. What an amazing windfall without having to do anything. Javier's nose twitched as he looked at the boy with expectant eyes. Wear it. Wear it. Wear it. Quickly. The boy raised the crown high. Then, without hesitation, he really placed it on his head. Violent jet black began to stir from his body. You crazy bastard. Prince crawled on his knees still under the absolute order to kneel and came over to the terrace. What the hell are you thinking? I'm already conscripted. If you die, I'll die too. Prince's gaze moved to Pierre's skull hanging behind Simon. You're also crazy, Pierre. You're a contractor. Why aren't you stopping him? Cooey. If you don't know anything, just shut up and watch. Pierre's skull, hanging upside down, grinned. He's a guy who successfully wore me first try. What? The jet black that overflowed as though it were about to explode had stabilized. Simon staggered to his feet, then steadied himself by putting hand on the wall. His other hand went to his forehead. Phew, wow. His eyes were the same brilliant gold as the crown. A strange pattern was drawn in his pupils. He breathed in a deep breath. And a cry unlike any a human should be able to make erupted from his throat, and the battlefield froze. A complete silence flowed in this space where thousands met. All the zombies, like puppets who had just grown strings, raised their heads and looked at Simon. Simon's eyes glowed with a madness, and his smile only confirmed that insanity. That's... Pierre felt a thrill rise from the depths of his heart. The vicious king who had disappeared, masking his identity after shaking the continent. Features of Richard began to overlap on Simon's face. Everyone. Simon looked down at the zombies and commanded. Follow me. Manus and Javier flinched and backed away. The zombies started to change. Their unfocused eyes turned golden, and their teeth and claws turned dark blue. Soon, dark blue smoke emanated from their bodies. The undead roared. The smoke was so thick one could mistake it for a forest fire. Every last zombie in this place began to echo Simon's jet black in their own bodies. It basically meant they all came under his control. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Huh. Prince had to lean on a wall to stop his legs from giving out underneath him after witnessing such a shocking scene. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh. A human is doing what even an ancient undead couldn't do, and with such ease? Simon stepped on the balcony railing and jumped down. Zombies rushed in and climbed on top of each other, creating hills and mountains for Simon to walk across. It was like trying to keep a higher being from stepping on a dirty floor. Forward. The black wave that Simon rode began to move. They rocked back for a moment, like a living wave, then began surge forward while bending at the top where Simon stood. The zombies around Simon joined the wave while screaming. The number of zombies grew bigger and bigger, and soon the wave grew as tall as the mansion behind them. Zombies ran with the king, and an angry wave was coming. No way. Javier shivered at the sight he had never before witnessed. That's already beyond the level of undead control. Countless blue eyes were staring at Javier in the black wave carrying Simon. A feeling of insurmountable dread. Javier felt his whole body get drenched in a cold sweat within moments. Simon, riding the wave, let out a long breath. Pierre. All right. He raised the greatsword of destruction. First, they had to get rid of the meat golems. A black wave of zombies crashed into the first meat golem in front. Meat golem and wave collided. Like sea foam scattering off a wave, zombies were flung up. The golem's large body was buried in the wave, leaving only its head visible. Simon, passing by with the wave, swung his greatsword and cut it. Next. The wave of zombies changed direction and headed toward the meat golem on the side. Skeletons swung their weapons and tried to resist, but they couldn't do anything against the huge wave and were buried beneath. The black wave covered everything around them in darkness, and only the meat golem's head remained visible amongst the wave. Simon reaped them like harvesting ripe grain. 2 down. 3, 4, 5. The heads of the powerful meat golems, of which only had died so far, were slashed off one after another. Every time the wave stretched out, the skeleton's formation was destroyed, and another golem collapsed. This is ridiculous! Screaming Javier, tearing at his hair. 12 down. 13, 14. 15. The last one fell. There were no exceptions. In less than a minute, Simon had led the wave to let him destroy all the meat golems. Javier's legs gave up, and he fell to the ground. The zombies let out a huge roar as if celebrating their victory. Simon, on the top, rested his greatsword on his shoulder. Kill him. Javier, on the floor, trembled and looked to his side. What are you doing, Manus? Kill Th. Javier couldn't continue his words. A black slash was drawn across his throat, and Javier's head rose high into the sky. I knew it from the beginning, said Manus as he placed his sword back into his scabbard. That you were using me. Javier's head fell to the dirt floor, rolling across the ground for a moment. Manus slowly walked toward Simon. The skeletons around him parted immediately. Young king, what is your name? Simon raised his chin. Simon Polantia. I'm a knight of the Talharan Empire, Manus. He straightened his sword and raised it. My purpose and fate is to complete my revenge. Against Kizan. Hand over that crown. Revenge? Simon grinned, his golden eyes glistening. I'm sorry, but that's none of my business. Former swordmaster of the Empire, I somewhat heard of your story. You wish to lead the undead of Deathland and take revenge on Kizan? Do you really think that's possible? At the word possible, Manus firmly shut his mouth. You can't beat Nephthys. The essence of what you're trying to do is just make a dirty mess. How many people do you think you'll kill while your army is heading toward Kizan? The Empire was already gone. If Manus' rebellion had any chance of success, Simon wouldn't have ridiculed him. Because it could have been a revolution. However, the power of Deathland and Manus combined could never defeat Kizan. Ultimately, Manus was only threatening the lives of the Empire's descendants and the people of the next generation who were doing their utmost to survive and didn't even know the name of the Empire. You're an existence that has already disappeared from history. It's hypocritical for such an existence to use the past as an excuse to destroy the lives and livelihoods of descendants who are living prosperously today. You have no strong will, no justice, no reason. I'll say it again. You're just. Simon grinned. Making a dirty mess. Then. Manus swung his sword. A thin line was drawn on the waves of zombies that Simon was standing on, splitting in half. Simon was lifted off the wave's surface, but from the other side of the black wave, zombies rushed in to support him once more. Then how am I supposed to comfort the souls of the people of the Empire who were unjustly sacrificed by Kizan? Then who'll comfort the souls of the people who could be sacrificed by your mess? Whether it's loyalty or comfort, it only sounds like your stubbornness. Let's put it this way. Simon readied his greatsword in his right hand. I'll fight so I won't have to comfort the souls of those who'll be victimized by your old, meaningless ramblings. Any further conversion seems pointless. Manus widened his stance and drew back his sword. Simon raised his empty left hand and balled it into a fist. Kaya-away-awag. Ki. The zombies of Deathland roared and howled. Upon confronting them, Manus felt a sense of horror. How could he forget? Amongst the 10 necromancers who destroyed Talharan's elite army, the most overwhelming 3 were called commanders. Comrades, did you feel this way, too? 10,000 pairs of eyes forming black waves were glaring at Manus. Chapter 132, Charge. Simon gave an absolute order with the power of the crown. A group of zombies rose like a huge wave and flooded in toward Manus. Glory. Manus raised his sword to dark sky painted with red clouds. No sunlight came through, but that was his ritual. To the Empire. Manus tightened his grip on his sword. Drawing a graceful line through the air, he brought his sword down. The approaching wave was split virtually in half, and zombies flew in all directions. Waves of zombies gathered formed the third wave. Each time, Manas swung his sword and cut them down. The power to calm the waves with a single blow proved his reputation as a swordmaster. But when he slashed down the fourth wave, the fifth wave carrying Simon on its crest struck from behind. Exclamation point. Manas quickly slashed down the fifth wave, but Simon, riding on top of it, crashed down like a meteorite with his greatsword. Manas hastily raised his sword over his head. The two blades clashed head-on. The ground cracked beneath them and the wind screamed. The hordes of zombies behind Simon and the skeleton troops behind Manas were blasted away by the impact alone. Kook! Simon let out a smirk amidst this battle of strength. This guy is outrageously strong. Excellent. As though Manas was thinking the same thing, his bony skull grinned. The sword still meeting in the middle, Manas exquisitely twisted his blade at an angle to send Simon's greatsword barreling upwards. Exclamation point. His strength was being diverted. Before Manas could take advantage of this opening, Simon rolled up through the air as jet black exploded beneath both his legs. Manas looked back and swung his sword, but Simon also shot out a slash. When the two great energies collided, it seemed as though space itself was being distorted. As soon as Simon landed on the ground, Manas caught up to him and swung once more. The two exchanged roles of attacker and defender countless times. White and black lines crisscrossed one after another, almost forming a dense embroidery in the air. Sparks flew from the two's trance-like state. Kook! It was daunting. Even wearing Pier, Simon was pushed back by the harsh difference in swordsmanship. Necromancers have no weaknesses. They're excellent in every way. However, that too can be a weakness. Simon winced in fright. In moments, his left shoulder had been cut open, and a fountain of blood was gushing out. The strike was aimed precisely at a gap between Pier's bone armor. He even slashed through the Kizan's school uniform. Simon quickly stepped back. I devoted my soul to the sword and polished it for my entire life. Being good at everything means being equally bad at everything. You're a jack of all trades, but a master of none. A seriousness entered Simon's gaze. Although he could let the things Manas said to go in one ear and out the other, it seemed clear that pure strength alone wouldn't be enough. Manas was definitely a swordmaster. Nonetheless. Alright, then. Here's a question. Simon was relaxed. Why do you think you guys went extinct? Exclamation point. Manas gripped the handle of his sword with a look of indignation. Simon smiled and took a huge step back, jumping into the waves of zombies. It wasn't the obvious statement that the necromancers are trendy and knights are old-fashioned. Simon's golden eyes gleamed. You're wrong. Being good at everything. He raised an open hand in the air. That just means we're strong. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tens of thousands of zombies roared out. It was no longer just the zombies in the mansion. Zombies from outside joined, increasing the number several-fold. Wait, boy. Holding on to more thoughts is going too far. You're already at the limit. Then I'll gladly overcome the limit. Now nobody could stop Simon. Filled with a sense of elation and elevation, Simon balled his raised hand into a fist. The crown's golden light surged like an explosion and wrapped around Simon. His eyes glistened with trembling concentration. One more time. Follow me. Sir the Novel Fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon's dark blue jet black flooded over the zombies' bodies like flame, not smoke. The undead roared endlessly, praising and worshipping the new king. Once again, an absolute order was given to all the zombies in the area. It was a simple, yet extraordinarily powerful command. Bring me his head. With that command, the zombies moved in perfect order. Zombies climbed on top of other zombies and others started climbing on top of them. It was no longer a mere wave, but a tsunami. Manus looked around himself in bewilderment. He had instantly become surrounded by tsunamis of zombies. The skeleton subordinates near him couldn't even be found anymore. Kook! Masses with thousands of eyes approached him, shaking the earth as they moved. Manus swung his sword and fried over and over again. However, every time zombies fell to his sword, the zombies behind flooded in to fill the gaps. No matter how many times they fell, their ferocious march didn't waver. The waves soon descended on Manus. Manus jumped up over wave after wave, but eventually got caught up in one. In a blink, Manus was covered by zombies, and only his arm was visible in the gaps between the terrible chunks of flesh. But soon even that disappeared from sight. After a while, a mountain of zombies had formed on top of Manus on the ground. And a boy watched this scene with blank eyes. How is this possible? Prince couldn't help but be stunned by scene before him. So this was true usage of the crown. It was the first time Prince saw zombies become conscripted and have their physical abilities greatly enhanced after Simon donned the crown. Is that bastard really human? Pierre was stunned as well. Kuhi. It's good that you neutralized him, boy. He moved his gaze. But you can't kill him like this. What will you do when? Pierre's voice trailed off. Simon was looking strange. He seemed to be properly controlling his power despite wearing the crown, but now Simon's eyes seemed to be losing all focus. Hey, boy. He was intoxicated with the power. His reaction slowed from processing too many thoughts, and his rationality was about to burn away to make space for it all. Pierre hurriedly detached from Simon as bone armor and returned to his original form. He then tried to remove the crown, but it wouldn't budge. The crown and Simon were rejecting it. But even in the midst of this, Simon was steadily moving. With his thoughts, he was holding the zombies back. The huge mountain of zombies had now become a hill. This guy. Simon's rationality didn't burn away. At this point, he had never concentrated so much in his life. It was just that his body couldn't react properly, time ticking by extremely slowly for him as he calculated. What kind of magic circle is he formulating? After checking the magic circle, Pierre's jaw dropped. He constantly checked on Simon's school life, and he couldn't have learned this. He wouldn't have come across it anywhere. No, he didn't learn it. He didn't acquire it through concepts or knowledge. He gained the insight naturally. A way to get rid of Manus as he was crushed beneath zombies. The product of that thought was seen in the magic circle drawn on Simon's right arm. The dark spell might already exist somewhere, but at this moment, Simon was undoubtedly creating dark magic himself. Phew. Simon stretched out his right arm towards the very place where hundreds of zombies were concentrated. Manus was flailing on the ground, trying to somehow escape. Hordes of zombies rose and fell above him like the tides. The flames in Pierre's eye sockets shone brightly. There's no mistake. That dark spell was the symbol of necromancers during the 100-Year War. The worst fear. The spell of the zombie-mancer that puts all others to shame. Corpse. Simon slowly turned his right hand. Explosion. The world turned completely white. The last thing Pierre saw was the cores of the countless zombies covering Manus, burning with a dark blue jet black. Then. It was an indescribably massive explosion. The destruction, created by zombies making their cores overheat and burning their own bodies, swept away everything around them. Unable to control the power, the force surged upward, forming the shape of a giant mushroom. The surrounding trees were uprooted and zombies shot through the sky. All the windows in the mansion shattered, and the walls collapsed in on themselves. I swear. Prince just remained agape. I have no other words than he's insane. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, only Manus' skull remained. As expected of a swordmaster. He tried to defend himself by concentrating his jet black into his skull, but it seemed to have ultimately failed. When Simon approached and checked it, Manus' thoughts had already disappeared. Rest in peace, swordmaster. Simon left those words and placed Manus' skull in his subspace. Hey. Boy. Pierre went up to him. Are you really alright? How did you perform corpse explos? Simon stumbled and fell into Pierre's side. The crown fell to the ground, making the dark blue jet black that once overflowed from the zombie's remains begin to gradually fade. Hee hee. Pierre, did I do well? Such a reckless guy. Then, Prince approached with a stunned expression. I told you, didn't I? Simon grinned. That I'll show you how I'll win. Who the hell are? However, Simon never heard Prince finish that sentence. He lost consciousness and slumped deeper into Pierre's side. In any case, you're such a high-maintenance commander. Saying that, Pierre hoisted Simon onto his shoulders, but his face was filled with more pride than even the happiest of mothers. Chapter 133 *****. Just like that, Prince joined Richard's legion. Even at that time, Richard had a lot of undead, but he gave Prince special treatment. Prince grew up as Richard expected and eventually rose to the rank of captain and led the zombie troops. Every day with him was fun and happy. He wished for those days to never end. But there was no such thing as forever. The legion had disbanded, and Richard disappeared. Displacing me for nothing. Prince, returning to the present, scanned the room. He saw Simon lying helplessly on the sofa in his mansion. Beside him, Pierre was boasting about the newly chosen legion commander. It just sounded like bragging, so Prince didn't even bother to process what was said. Simon slowly cracked open his eyes. Oh. You woke up earlier than I expected, boy. He reluctantly peeled himself off the couch and rubbed his half-lidded eyes. Pierre? What happened? What do you mean by what happened? Didn't you blow up Manus and his subordinates? Only an hour has passed since then. Simon frowned, covering his forehead. I blew up Manus. Is that right? Yeah. By using corpse explosion. Simon blinked and looked up at him. I do vaguely remember blowing him up, but corpse watcha? What's that? Hoo-hee-hee. Pierre was absolutely amazed. Was it just talent to make miracles with insight close to instinct? At this point, it felt like Pierre had to come up with a new word just for Simon. He explained everything to the confused Simon. Okay, so what do you remember last? I drowned Manus in a pile of zombies. Then I was just frantically concentrating and did this and that, and... Simon looked at Prince. I feel like I said something cool to him at the end. Prince giggled. You said you'd show me how to win or something? But what can you do if you don't remember it? Simon groaned and turned his head. The crown was again on Prince's main body. Don't get me wrong. I just wore it to control the zombies after you dropped it. Prince approached the main body and picked up the crown. I hate to admit it, but you handle this power better than I do. If you plan to take this, then, well. Simon shook his head. I'm never wearing that again. ? I agree with his decision. Pierre nodded seriously and continued his words. The boy kept himself perfectly intact while wearing the crown until a certain moment. But in the end, he lost his mind to the crown's power and was whisked away. The boy's consciousness at that time was out of control. Simon nodded. Above all that, his hands were still shaking. They trembled uncontrollably and kept trying to reach for crown on their own. Also, if he wasn't conscious of his gaze, he kept looking at the crown. Looks like a form of addiction, said Pierre. The more you wear the crown, the more you fall in love with its power. If you rely on the crown's power like that, you'll eventually be eaten by the crown. Yeah, it's a dangerous power for now. Simon thought that it'd be better for Prince to keep wearing the crown unless it was a really important moment. Prince looked somewhat relieved. By the way, do you really not remember using corpse explosion? I'm telling you, I don't. Responded Simon before drawing some runes in the air. I think I did something like this, and did this and that. He was certain he didn't remember it, but his muscles was itching. The memory in his mind was wiped away, but his body did not forget. Simon ran his finger in the air a few times and asked. The central rune is Fury, which works on the core, right? Correct. It seemed that Simon somehow learned a new technique. While Simon thought he should review it when he returned to Kizan later, he belatedly came back to his senses. Performance assessment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Question mark. I need to go back as soon as possible. Our zombie is with me, too. The others might be worried. Watching Simon hurriedly grab his blazer, Prince giggled. It looked familiar. Richard was also a Kizan student when Prince first entered that legion. Memories flooded back of having to come to Kizan's entrance if Richard forgot something. Sigh, does that mean I have to return to Kizan, too? Prince looked at his main body. It'd take at least 2 years to move it to Kizan, but he couldn't help it since there was no way Simon would let him go. The king-like days were now over. Your main body can remain here, Prince. Prince's boyish eyes widened with surprise. Oh, really? You said you're ruling the Deathland, right? And since I'm controlling you, Deathland is technically mine in the end. I don't think it's a bad idea to have a captain stay and claim this exclusive estate, don't you think, Pierre? Pierre nodded. Of course. Among the undead, some entities are too big to enter my ruins or are harmful to humans. I guess we could just release those ones in Deathland and manage them there. Sounds good. Above all, if specific conditions were met, Prince could descend into zombies anywhere on the continent. Only his main body was in Deathland, and Simon could meet him anytime in Kizan if he called. In that sense, I'll count on you with Deathland from now on, Prince. Prince's expression hearing those words was difficult to express. He seemed confused yet also touched. But are you really going like this? Don't you need anything like shackles? What if I betray you? Betray what? It's fine since I've already shackled you up by conscripting you. Prince let out a long sigh and walked toward his body. Then, he took off a pinky and ear from the body he treasured so much. Simon's eyes widened. Prince? What are you? Just wait. Prince ground the parts between his hands. A black bolt of lightning fell from the ceiling and went into his hand, condensing what remained of the body. This will do, I guess? When he opened his hands, a gray ring rested on his palm. Prince tossed it to Simon. Wear it on any finger and pour jet black into the ring. Then you can talk to me. Simon put on the ring and poured in jet black as Prince said. Then, he put his mouth to the ring as it turned dark and whispered. Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Prince nodded his head. The next function requires you to lay your hand on a zombie so the ring touches it. Then I can descend as that zombie. Well, if you need my help, said Prince, rubbing the back of his neck in embarrassment. Simon smiled as he looked down at his hand with the ring. I'll treasure it. Cooey. Don't screw around and come over the moment you're called. Let's go, boy. Ah, right, Prince, said Simon if suddenly remembering something. What? Is there anything good in this mansion that can be turned into a zombie? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was about an hour left until the end of the performance assessment. The students wandering around Deathland in search of zombie materials were returning to camp and preparing for testing. Class A students were forming a long line, and Aaron and his assistant teachers were in the middle of evaluating zombies in the large tent in front of them. But Simone, why is he so late? Shouted Maylin, stamping her feet repeatedly. You're the one who said he escaped safely. He should have arrived by now, so where is he? I hope nothing happened to him, muttered Camabaraz as she scanned the surroundings for the 12th time. After the battle with Prince, Rick and Camabaraz were dead asleep. Maylin, who was rescued by Simon, joined later to wake them up, and the three of them safely arrived at the camp. And according to the words of the peon who saved Maylin, Simon was also kidnapped by corpse dealers like Maylin after that incident, but it seemed that he escaped on his own and returned to the sewers. She figured it should be fine now that they were in the safe zone, but she couldn't help but worry. Rick shivered. Phew, I still remember that thing. I thought we would die when we ran into that monstrous zombie. Kamibaras nodded in agreement. It's a miracle we survived. Be thankful to Payan, who saved us. Rick slowly turned his head to Maylin. By the way, we're waiting for Simon while believing in the words of that person called Payan, right? Is he actually a trustworthy person? Oh, of course. I told you, he's the one who saved my life. Sar the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Maylin pursed her lips at the accusation. And he told me to go back to my friends. How do you think Payan knew you guys? He saved you from that weird zombie. Rick brought his hands behind his head. I'm just doubtful because you said Payan was wearing that cool skeleton we saw in that mansion as armor, right? Yeah. But that skeleton attacked us, don't you remember? Maylin froze. There was no way she couldn't remember. Simon launched himself at her to save her from the slash. Her face suddenly became hot when she recalled the event, so she fanned her face with her hands as she said. Perhaps he didn't really know who we were back then. Or misunderstood us. It's a bit strange. Maylin looked up with an intense curiosity and glared at Rick. Are you doubting Payan right now? Scared of getting hit again, Rick backed off. Then, Kamibaras opened her mouth after some quiet pondering. Could. The two looked back. Kamibaras carefully voiced her thoughts. Could that Payan be Simon? Chapter 134 Could that Payan be Simon? After pausing for a moment, Maylin burst into laughter. Ahaha. What? Simon? There's no way. Maylin started laughing so hard she doubled over. Kamibaras and Rick gave each other a puzzled look. But what Kami said isn't completely absurd, right? The timing somewhat works. No way. She stood back up with a resolute face. There's no way, absolutely, no way it's Simon. Is that so? First of all, the physique, height, and weight were different, and the voice and accent too. I mean, the fact that I have to explain these things is already ridiculous. She wiped aside the tears that had started to form in her eyes. You'll know just by looking at it. Because Simon has that image, you know? What kind of image? Like, there's an image that comes to mind right away when you hear the name Simon. Moral, upright, sincere, smart. Kamibara's eyes shone as she interpreted. Yeah, that's right. Kind. Gentle. Considerate. Courteous. And sometimes tough and passiona. Huh? Anyways. So what about that? Maylin folded her arms. That person called Payan, how should I put it? He's really bloody. So bloody that I couldn't even meet his eyes, I was so scared. Even you, Maylin? Yeah. If I put it in just how I feel, After thinking for a while, she said. A tyrant? He was the kind of person who'd just flip off everything and kill people if someone displeased him or got something wrong. Kamibaras overlapped what Maylin had just said with Simon's image. They didn't match at all. To the point where she felt a sense of alienation. Sounds like they really aren't the same. cthnelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. That's what I'm telling you. Explaining this is already a waste of time. Rick crossed his arms. If I think about it carefully, it's not like he doesn't have that kind of attitude at all, though. Anyway. Moving on. Maylin turned her head. Why is Simon so late? Maylin looked at the long line at the camp with impatience. At this rate, it seemed like the performance assessment would be over without them even receiving an evaluation. Shouldn't we go and find him? I was planning to do that if he doesn't show up in the next 10 minutes. Rick shrugged and pointed. I guess there's no need for that. In the direction of Rick's finger, they saw Simon sprinting in, sweating profusely. "Simon! Over here, over here. Gosh, that dumbass almost killed me from the stress. I thought you escaped, why are you so late? Simon! What a relief. Are you hurt?" Simon panted as he arrived before the three. He rested his hands on his knees for a moment, gasped for a few breaths, then immediately opened his subspace. "Let's take our assessment with this." What Simon took out was a body wrapped in white bandages. It was almost like it had been stored in a freezer, slightly frozen and cold. Simon quickly removed the bandages. This is? It's not a person," explained Simon. "It's a monster called White Oni. Let's make a zombie out of this." "Wow." Malin jumped in joy. "That's super high-quality zombie material. How did you get such a precious thing?" "It was in the basement of the mansion they detained me in." "You thought of performance assessment while being caught by the corpse dealers?" "Bwahaha. That's commendable of you." Simon gave an embarrassed smile and scratched the side of his head. "I was just lucky. Now, we're running out of time. Let's get to work." The four of them gathered around the White Oni just like how they did with the last zombie. Simon was the center point again. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared. "Starting." Creating the magic circle was easy. Maybe the trial and error when zombifying the first corpse helped, because Simon was able to finish the job much faster. As soon as the magic circle was completed, the zombie that used to be a White Oni stood up. The four of them finally cheered and high-fived. "Students over there. The evaluation will soon be over." They heard the assistant teacher's voice. "Yes. We're going now." They placed the zombie in a subspace and barely made it to the last line. I'm a little worried." Malin bit at her nails out of nerves. "We made it just like a normal zombie, not being able to fully utilize the racial characteristics of the White Oni." "I'm sure it'll be fine," replied Simon with a smile. Then, his gaze turned to the dirt on Malin's school uniform. "Wait a minute, your back's covered in dirt." Simon carefully brushed it off her school uniform. Her gaze moved to Simon's arm. He had just rolled up his sleeves, so the muscles and veins in his arms were clearly visible. Malin unconsciously imagined that strong arm wrapping around her waist. That when Payan carried her, his arms were roughly the same size. Face red, she let out a strange sound and took a sharp step away. Simon, who was innocently brushing clean his friend's uniform, paused. Then he awkwardly brought his hand back to his side. "Oh, sorry. I just, HM? And no. I'm not startled because of you." She gave an evasive answer and glanced at Simon. As though embarrassed, he turned his gaze to the side and rubbed the back of his neck. Then, Malin recalled Payan, who ruthlessly kicked the perverted old man and stared at her with a machine-like and bloody gaze. She was certain. The seed of doubt created by Camabaras could be felt withering. After all, they didn't look even remotely alike. "Students, please come in." Finally, it was Group 7's turn. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Aaron, wearing a black coat, sat down on a chair with a languid expression. The four of them politely bowed their heads. "So you guys are the last?" "Yes, sir. We're Group 7. Malin, the group leader, spoke as the representative. Aaron nodded. "Show me." Simon opened the subspace and took out the zombie made from a White Oni. The assistant teachers who recognized the ingredient let out a small exclamation. Aaron also straightened his spine. "Where did you get this?" "It was in the basement of an old mansion on the outskirts of Deathland." Pretty good job finding a White Oni." Aaron stood up, touching and examining the body of the zombie. He pulled open its eyes and even sniffed its breath. Then, when Aaron asked what formula was used to create this zombie, Simon answered in detail. "Why did you remove the endurance modification?" It's because of the special trait of this place, Deathland. We considered that it's a place where things don't decay. Aaron turned his head to the other students. Why did you exclude the Tomain effect, which is an important element of a zombie? Malin answered this time. The white Oni has an ice attribute. We judged that the infection effect caused by Tomain would be low. Not bad. Who did the actomycin check? Sir, I did. Explain the state of muscle stiffness before and after the zombification. Aaron asked Camabarez and Rick a question each, and although they were nervous, they answered without any difficulty. Aaron nodded and sat down. The material was too good. It looks like you guys handled it as well as possible. It seems to be made a little hastily, but this is good enough. Those words pricked the conscience of the four. The assistant teacher handed a clipboard and quill to Aaron. Aaron put a check mark beside the names of the four. A +4 Group 7. You may leave. Whoa. The four of them hugged each other and burst into cheers. The assistant teachers also clapped lightly. Everyone, gather up. Since Group 7's evaluation was the last, Aaron came out of the tent. The students showing off the zombies they made on the outside rushed to him and stood at attention. The students who finished the assessment quickly and were resting in the tents, made exclusively for such use, also rushed out. Good work, said Aaron while looking around at the students. I'm sure you realized a lot of things while doing this performance assessment. There must be some people who resent me, questioning why I'm making you do such a terrible thing. Some of the students were still trembling. Not a single corpse in Deathland decayed, preserving its appearance of when it was alive. Turning such fresh corpses into zombies could leave deep scars for some students. Some will point out that my education is outdated and old-fashioned. After all, we're living in an era where, as long as you have money, you can stop by the city and just grab whatever corpse you need. However, you guys are Kizan. Aaron's eyes became serious. As an elite in this field, it's most important to know the roots and the basics. It's foolish to dismiss traditions and roots as old school in the name of practicality. Even if the leaves and flowers look lush outside, a tree with rotten roots won't survive a typhoon. Aaron slowly circled around. Most likely, this peace won't last forever. A person who can't make a single undead and will be at a loss just because a priest destroys the corpse factory or supply base doesn't deserve to be called a necromancer. Be cool-headed in any situation, and establish efficient methods. His eyes gleamed. If there are no corpses on the market, visit a nearby demolished village and turn their corpses into an army. If you lack in numbers, raise the corpse of even a dead friend to win. That's being practical, and that's being a necromancer. Aaron walked onwards, the hem of his coat swishing in the wind. Everyone, take out all the zombies you brought from Deathland. Even the ones that haven't been evaluated or failed. Yes, sir. As instructed, the students took all the zombies from Deathland out of their subspaces. When the assistant teachers finished checking and gave Aaron a nod, he stomped his foot down on the ground. A jet-black magic circle spread from his feet and covered the entire camp. The zombies' eyes lit up, and they all started running to the same point. Ah. It was the same for Simon's white Oni zombie and guard zombie. The control over their thoughts has been stripped away so easily. They could feel the greatness of a Kizan professor once again. All the zombies gathered in an empty area. They clumped together and formed a large hill. It's unfortunate news for you all, but the zombies from Deathland have a side effect. Aaron spread open his fingers, and the magic circle began to click into place. They have episodes of extreme aggression when outside of Deathland. The school will confiscate the zombies as soon as you go because it's beyond you students' capacity to control them. Finally, Aaron's magic circle was completed, and pure shadow radiated from it. Seeing this, Simon shuddered. How? Simon could instinctively tell what dark spell Aaron was using. Corpse. He clenched his fist and said. Explosion. The cores of each of the zombies emitted a blinding light. Then, all at once, they exploded. As the heat blasted in all directions, the students screamed and ducked, covering their faces. The uniforms they were wearing fluttered wildly, and the trees also shook. Ah! Simon captured the scene with his wide-open eyes. He completely forgot about the white oni he borrowed from Prince. Dark explosions and clouds of ash billowed out across the black night sky, creating a mushroom-like shape above. The other students also looked up at its majesty with their mouths open in a daze. It was as if the world had turned to ashes and scattered away. Overwhelmed, Simon could do nothing but stare. Aaron bowed his head like an exorcist praying for the souls before turning around. "Do you think it's beautiful?" Aaron smiled. "If you felt that way even for an instant, you guys have now taken a step forward as necromancers." Simon's heart started pounding. Chapter 135 The Deathland Performance Assessment, which was more dangerous than any assessment before, ended safely. The Class A students all washed themselves off before locking themselves in the dormitory. Everyone at rock bottom, both physically and mentally. Simon and Rick were also lying still in bed, not even twitching a finger. Simon raised his arm with a blank stare. His finger traced a shape across the familiar ceiling. Jet black flowed through his hand. "I can't stop thinking about it." Pierce said that Simon apparently used corpse explosion, but he couldn't remember it. When he came to his senses, he was in Prince's mansion, and all that remained was the lingering sensation in his body. But when he saw Aaron's corpse explosion, he felt an immense shudder. His whole body trembled and reacted, as though itching to recreate that dark spell. "But since there are no zombies nearby, I can't practice even if I want to." Simon let his arms fall back down while planning to buy Rochest on the weekend. "Rick. Are you asleep?" "Fwa, not yet." He could hear Rick's sleepy voice from the next bed. "Do you remember what class we got tomorrow?" I forgot." "Wait, I'm also getting curious." Rick opened a notebook on his bed. "Ah, crap." "We got a combat dark magic class in the afternoon. And it's a joint lesson with Class C." Rick dropped his notebook and scratched his head. "I'm fucked. My arms and legs are dead. There's no way I don't fall off the hippo." Simon blinked and stared at the ceiling. "A joint lesson? Who do I know from Class C again?" *****. Joint lessons, where two or more classes took lectures together, happened quite often in Kizan. That was because of Kizan's flexible schedule. This time Aaron ate up an entire day of classes for the zombie assessment. Joint classes were held to make up for the lost lessons. Simon thought it'd create an uncomfortable situation with the other professors, but in fact, it was common for professors to spend an entire day or half a day for reasons such as performance assessments. Since they knew each other's situation well, they actively cooperated on these issues. And today, Class C, who went to Deathland first, and Class A, who went to Deathland yesterday, would have a joint lesson in combat dark magic. Goo. Rick, sprawled out on the grass from exhaustion, was imitating a Deathland zombie. The other students were also sitting and catching their breaths, but none of them fell off from the hippo, like Rick's concern. It was strength of humanity to adjust and follow up when cornered. "I heard that Class A went yesterday?" "We were just like that." Looking at the drooping Class A students, the Class C students were sniggering. It was the relaxed manner of those who went first. "By the way, Simon," said Mei-Lin, sitting across from Simon and wiping her forehead with a handkerchief. "Have you really not seen that person called Pion?" Simon felt a prick of conscience inwardly but answered without showing it. "I'm telling you, I don't. When I woke up, I was in the basement of that mansion." "What a bummer." Mei-Lin tilted her head back as if really disappointed. Camabarez, next to her, giggled. "Mei-Lin kept on talking about Pion in the dormitory lounge with me all day, teehee." "Aw, I mean, he's cool," shouted Mei-Lin while blushing. "Honestly, I couldn't understand why my roommates were gushing over the professors and squealing, you know? But I think I get them now." "Somewhat. Was he that handsome?" "Of course." Simon, drinking quietly, almost spat out his drink. I'm sure I covered half of my face with Pierre's skull. When I was kidnapped, suddenly, that person came down through the ceiling of the wagon. He beat up that perverted old man who kidnapped me until he was bathed in blood, then kicked him out of the wagon. Then he kindly held me like a princess and escaped the wagon, and the wagon fell off the cliff in a matter of seconds. Whoa. It's like a fairy tale. Why is her memory so bad when it happened just yesterday? To be honest, Payan was far from my ideal type, said Maylin, folding her arms. I really hate things like unsophisticated and violent behavior. But how do I put this? Like being attracted to bad boys? Is it like a dangerous charm? No, to be precise, when that violent person is only kind toward me? I guess that's like my dream. Oh well, to be honest, he had a good-looking face, so that covers pretty much everything. Maylin, who was heated up explaining about Payan, glanced at Simon. Hey, why is your face getting red? It's kinda hot here. Simon whipped his head around, and was soon saved by the assistant teacher's voices. Alright, we'll start class in 10 minutes. The sprawling students peeled themselves off the floor and began light warm-ups. It was then when Simon was going to prepare for class. Hello. A voice overflowing with elegance was heard from behind him. Irk. Simon flinched and looked back. A girl with ivory hair and a white coat resting over her Kizan uniform approached with hands clasped behind her back. Simon knew someone from Class C, after all. Serene Dark, the special admission number 2 and successor of the Ivory Tower. Her pressuring atmosphere hadn't changed at all. It's been a while, Simon. She did a light curtsy and greeted him gracefully like the queen of the school's social hierarchy. Then, the moment she found Maylin next to him, her expression reversed. May. She spoke in a babyish tone and clung to Maylin's arm. Maylin's face instantly fell into a scowl. I missed you. Ah, shit. You're disgusting, get off of me. Maylin shoved Serene's face away. Her fine face was pushed away by a merciless palm, but Serene didn't give up and came closer to her, rubbing her head against Maylin's arm. Are you alright? Sari couldn't sleep at night because Sari heard that Maymay was going to the dangerous Deathland. Sari, my ass. I'm telling you to stop. You're giving me chills. As Maylin pushed as hard as she could, Serene fell over in an exaggerated motion. She sat down on the grass and hung her head in misery. Sari just wants to be friends with Maymay. Fuck off, said Maylin, her voice convulsed with anger. It's pretentious to say such shit when you're just toying with people, you know? Let's go, Cammy. Maylin took Camabaraz and left. A moment of awkward silence passed. Serene gracefully brushed her hair behind her ears and looked at Simon while blinking with wide, innocent-looking eyes. Are you not going to help a lady who's tripped over? Her miserable expression was nowhere to be found, and a foxy smile painted her lips. Simon reluctantly took her hand and helped her up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's been a while since island survival. Yeah, that's true. Good luck with your class today. I'll be off, since my friends are waiting. Well then. Dealing with Serene was too exhausting for Simon. As Simon turned and walked away, she caught up to Simon with light steps. You didn't forget that you owe me one, right? Then she whispered, Commander. Simon let out a sigh and stopped, looking back at her. Will I settle that debt if I hang out with you today? No, I'll use it when I really need it. At that moment, Hongfeng's unique pronunciation of the continental language was heard. Now. Assemble. Professor says gather up. Gather up, please. Class A and Class C all gathered in front of Hongfeng. Today, we're going to learn a special skill. Let's spread out and proceed with the class as pairs. The assistant teachers went around and decided on each of the pairs. They seemed to be trying to mix Class A with Class C because it was a joint lesson. Pairs were mostly of the same gender, but there were occasional cases where men and women were mixed. It seemed like it was just up to the assistant teacher. You too. Please. Here, you too. You too, here. And you. An assistant teacher setting pairs stopped in front of Simon, pointing at him. Simon, burdened by Serene, slipped out and stood alone. When the assistant teacher was about to choose a boy from Class C next to Simon, suddenly, a translucent feather fluttered in and struck the back of the assistant's neck. Then, his arm turned 180 degrees and pointed at Serene a distance away. With that student. Simon saw Serene waving with a foxy smile. Soon, the feather fell from the nape of the assistant teacher, but he didn't notice and moved on to the other students. I guess it can't be helped since the assistant teacher decided for us. Serene approached Simon with light steps as though floating through the air. With every step, white feathers drifted to the floor. Sigh. Simon rubbed his forehead. He now understood a bit of why Mei Lin was avoiding her. Now, everyone has a partner, right? Let's start with a light warm-up. 2 assistant teachers came forward and demonstrated the warm-up. The students just had to watch and follow the motions. Simon and Serene also stretched their arms while facing each other. She said with a sweet smile. Are Pierre and Elizabeth doing well? Simon flinched, his eyes darting around. The other students were far enough away, but he couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't worry, I've set it up so that sound won't leak out. He saw a feather stuck in the grass. Simon let out a small sigh and said. That's something I don't really want to talk about. Then what would you like to talk about? Simon said while in the middle of his side lunges. Maybe the relationship between you and Mei Lin? Serene always seemed to keep a certain distance from others, but she tended to treat Mei Lin as a very close friend. But of course, Mei Lin always reacted with disgust. I don't understand why you're clinging to Mei Lin. If that's acting just like what Mei Lin said, you'd better quit. Because Mei Lin sees you as a rival or something that she has to defeat. Nothing less, nothing more. She smiled. But I really want to get close to Mei Lin, you know? I mean, isn't it obvious? It's natural to want to rely on my fellow Ivory Tower members in this outland. Simon furrowed his brow. I believe Mei Lin disagrees there. Maybe. But I mean it. Serene was an adopted daughter, she wasn't related to any of her family from the Ivory Tower. Apparently, when the Lord of the Ivory Tower brought her in for the first time, people greatly criticized and ignored her. It was Mei Lin who reached out to me at that time. Said Serene, smiling. Mei Lin was of such a high position that I, who had just entered as a parasitic guest, couldn't even look her in the eye. However, she took care of me and played with me, saying we were the same age. Even knowing that I came in as her antipode. Serene's expression showed a vague emotion different from her usual pretense. It remains as a warm memory for me, but as time passed. Things turned around at some point, huh? Yes. Serene's talent was truly monstrous. In the end, the people of the Ivory Tower, fascinated by her genius, made Serene their successor. They even changed the laws of the tower to do that. Things turned around. People praised Serene, and Mei Lin, the target of comparison, became the fifth wheel. All the people who once cared for her turned their backs on her. Mei Lin was isolated. At the same time, her heart was gradually being eaten up. That's why, even up until now, when they enrolled Kizan, she was trying to catch up with Serene somehow. Mei Lin firmly believes I made fun of her and toyed with her. Serene shrugged. I can't help it. I'm talented, and so I am very easily misunderstood. You don't plan to clear up the misunderstandings? The other side is already extremely hostile towards me. Do you think we can really talk it out? Ah well. I might not be able to clear up the confusion even if given the chance. Why not? Because it's cute to observe Mei Lin. As she stretched, one of her feathers fell. She grabbed it and gave it a light lick. Struggling to catch up with me. This bastard's got a bad personality after all. Simon felt a little ashamed that he felt a sense of pity for Serene, even for a moment. Okay, next. As expected from the joint lesson, the assistant teacher's demonstration stretch moved on to stretching together. The beginning was simple. Each pair would turn around, go back to back, and link elbows. Then, one person bent forward to lift the person behind them. Let's start. Huh? Yeah. Simon and Serene also stood back to back. Simon flinched involuntarily when Serene boldly reached around and linked elbows. I'll go first. She took a deep breath in and bent her back with all her might. But it wasn't even close. Simon's feet would repeatedly hover the ground and then land again. She continued to pant and whimper, but Simon's feet only floated for about 2 seconds on the final try. So everyone from the ivory tower isn't very athletic, huh? Now, back to position. At the shout of the assistant teacher, Serene returned to her original position without even being able to lift Simon that much. The two stood back to back again. Simon. Serene's soft voice could be heard. Now, it's my turn to decide on a topic, right? Do as you wish. It's about our future. Something like a future goal? I don't think I've ever thought about it. While standing back to back, she smiled brightly. Have you thought about where you'll work after final graduation? So it was that. What she'd say was pretty obvious. Search * the novel, ir.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A recruitment proposal. Simon inwardly sighed. Just in time, the assistant teacher shouted. Other side this time. She took no work at all to lift. This isn't even exercise. As Simon was caught off guard, she suddenly tilted her head all the way back. Simon's face turned red as the crown of her head touched Simon's neck. What are you'd? How about something like this for your future, Simon? Her voice resonated like the words of a song. Simon couldn't help but doubt his own ears at her next words. The next Lord of the Ivory Tower. Chapter 136 The next Lord of the Ivory Tower. Simon's eyes shook. His arms unknowingly gave way, and Serene and Simon's back came down to the ground like going down a slide. Did she just say she's giving me the ivory tower? Puzzled, Simon looked back at her. She was smiling brightly. You heard me right. Simon wiped his brow. Interested in the position or not, it was still too much of a shock. As though putting books that had fallen on the floor back into a bookshelf, he calmly organized his thoughts and regained his composure. That's impossible, concluded Simon. Even if you're the official successor of the Ivory Tower, you have no right to hand over the position of the Lord of the Ivory Tower to someone who's nothing but a stranger. Then how about this? She raised a long, white finger. Marriage to the successor of the Ivory Tower. ? It's embarrassing, but the truth is, because of the Ivory Tower's long history, it's a very old-fashioned and patriarchal organization. There have only been 2 female Ivory Tower lords. According to the tower's laws, the tower owner actually means the most outstanding male magician in the tower. So. She softly cleared her throat and then said with an unusually red face. After the marriage takes place, I'll make my position Tower Empress and back off. Then the person I would worship, the Lord of the Ivory Tower, would naturally become you. Simon feigned a laugh. Don't be ridiculous. If that happens, the Lord of the Ivory Tower is nothing but a title and without real power, a puppet. The power would belong to the Empress, who has stepped on the path of the legitimate successor. Hey! She said in a slightly cold voice. What I just said was a very romantic dash, but that's how you're seeing it, huh? Huh? Humph, whatever. She turned away and pouted. It was confusing for Simon. She was making a recruitment offer, so he just refuted the validity and realism of the offer, but to think that the person who made the offer got offended first? Gosh, it's difficult to do something so outside of my comfort zone. Irritation was building up inside Serene, too. Do I have to go this far to win a person's heart? With just a few feathers, everyone would crawl like a dog and lick my shoe. Serene clenched her fist. Above all, if I went this far, shouldn't he realize that the core of this proposal isn't the seat of the Lord of the Ivory Tower, but me? He really can't read the mood, saying he'd just be a puppet. Her knuckles had gone white at this point as countless thoughts raced through her mind. What greater merit is there than being able to have me? Why do I have to put so much effort into this person? The more I think about it, the more infuriating it is. Then, amidst the countless thoughts, Simon strode forward. He reached out and put his hands on her shoulders. Still slightly angry, she glared at Simon as if asking what he was doing. Stretching. The assistant teacher over there is watching us. Serene also glanced at what the other students were doing and put both hands on Simon's shoulders. The two of them broke apart simultaneously and backed away, keeping the hands on the shoulders but bowing down 90 degrees. Breath in. When the command was given, the two gripped each other's shoulders and maintained their posture. The aching muscles all across their backs and shoulders felt much calmer. They repeated it several times. Next pose. This time, it was a stretch done while sitting down. Each pair would sit with their legs apart as much as possible with their feet touching, and then one person held the other's hands and pulled them in. Crap. Serene looked down at her school uniform. She didn't like combat dark magic classes as they require you to use your body, so she would always skip it, pretend to be doing it, or erase the memories of the assistant with a feather. So, as usual, she was wearing her school uniform, putting herself into a slightly awkward problem. Hold on. Simon took off the light jacket he was wearing over his workout clothes. Then, he came over and wrapped it around her waist. Wouldn't it be okay with this? If it's still uncomfortable for you, then. Thank you. Let me give it a try. The two sat across from each other, spread their legs apart with their feet touching, and held hands. I'll pull first. Her body was suddenly drawn into Simon's. Whoa. My back hurts. This stretch is originally done this way. Wait, hold on. Irk. She frowned and glared at Simon with resentful eyes. Simon audibly laughed. Then, Serene's gaze turned to the side. Mei Lin, stretching with a girl from Class C on the other side, was staring at Serene with fierce eyes. It felt as if the irritation she had just been holding was relieved. She felt great. Serene stretched with Simon and talked about various things as though to show off. Simon also showed a richer expression of emotion, perhaps his tension had been relieved. Elizabeth's abilities seemed useful. Have you ever done anything strange with them? Like making her transform into a classmate or something? Seeing Simon blush at those words, Serene laughed from the bottom of her heart. So you have, huh? No, I have. I mean, Eliza did that on her own. Aside from enjoying Malin's gaze, the conversation wasn't too bad either. In front of Serene, people were nothing but dolls. They had to laugh when she wished and cry when she wished. Her order was absolute. The other person always exactly reacted how she wanted with only the emotions she wanted and as much as she wanted. Because that was convenient. But I guess it's not so bad to have a different toy to play around with as an exception. It was nice to play around with him because it felt fresh. When she started a topic or asked a question, his response was very different. Above all, it was unpredictable. Just like how she brought up the topic of marriage and he said that he'd be a puppet. Simon sometimes hid emotions, sometimes laughed, and sometimes counterattacked. But you also said you're serious about Mei Lin. Well, yeah. That's why it was fun. It was fresh. The conversation wasn't too bad at all. She was able to take time to soak in this new experience, an equal relationship. The warm-up ends here. Everyone, please stop. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Serene woke up from her merry thoughts. It feels like being possessed by a ghost. The two of them slowly got up from their seats. Mei Lin glared at her as though shooting death from her eyes, but Serene ignored her and giggled. Now, the technique that we'll learn this time is an advanced application of using jet black in the body. Jet black operation within the body didn't require anything special. It was a technique that activated the core and circulated jet black evenly throughout the body, raising the overall body function. In simpler terms, it was a technique that makes the whole body one with the core. When first doing it, one has to be aware of the flow and induce it into each limb one at a time. But with enough repetitions, because jet black tends to remember, the state of the jet black operation in the body is maintained just by operating the core. The combat dark magic classes until now were also designed to naturally acquaint the body with the operation of jet black. The running was quite slow at the beginning of the first semester, but these days, the assistants would set the pace beyond what natural muscle could possibly do. Riding on a hippo was also simple if one mastered their jet black operation inside the body. But this time, it was a higher level skill. It's jet black eruption in the body. Jet black began to rise from Hongfeng's body like steam. The students burst into admiration. It's not that hard. Increase the circulation of your jet black operation that you've been doing so far. Threefold. The faces of the students went blank. It's not that hard? Of course, if you increase it threefold, your organs and intestines will all explode and you'll die, right? What? That's why you need to release some jet black from the body. Like this. She said as she looked at the jet black forming on her body. This time, it wasn't in the form of steam but seeped out drop by drop like a sweat. It was easier for beginners to excrete it in liquid form than as steam. As long as this technique is maintained, you can beat an opponent many times bigger and stronger than yourself. Since you guys are still beginners, do it for no longer than 3 minutes. If you tripled the speed of the jet black flow, the burden on your body would obviously increase. But sweating out the excess would let the core continue emitting jet black, maintaining a powerful state for 3 minutes. It was a kind of special technique used to flip a dire situation or finish a battle. Now, let's start right away. The assistant teachers guided the students. You could understand why they made the students pair up on this. As one person turned their back and prepared for a jet black eruption, the other activated a discharge magic circle behind them. Normally, completion means the Chanel are also discharging by themselves, but since they were still in the early stages, the first thing to do was increasing the circulation. Can I go first? Do as you like. Simon turned around. He took a deep breath and activated his core. It was a pattern that he had repeated hundreds of times while fighting various enemies. Jet black circulated through his body. It was really good the way it was. Perfectly balanced. To think that he had to raise this threefold. Simon was afraid that if he failed he could even disrupt the jet black operation that had been working so well. But I cannot be satisfied with just this. Simon mustered up his courage. First, he doubled the jet black distribution of the core. Kook! A groan escaped his lips without his notice. He only doubled the production, yet his whole body was already rejecting it. I'll discharge it. Simon felt Serene's palm touching his back. After a while, the jet black came out into the discharge circle. Simon, after gasping for breath and regaining his composure, immediately jumped up to 3 times. Cuff! Simon couldn't even hold out for 5 seconds and collapsed. But it looked like he wasn't alone, most of the other students were sitting or lying down. Serene folded her arms. By the look of it, it must be hard until you tame the jet black. We have no choice but to practice ignorantly over and over again. Sia the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon nodded and stood up. Would you like to give it a try? I'm fine. I wouldn't use this kind of skill even if I learned it. And apart from that. Her voice trailed off after glancing at Mei Lin, but she turned her head back and said. You want to give it another try? This time, try doing it my way. Your way? Yeah. She took a step back. Then, she reached down and shyly grabbed the hem of her skirt before bouncing in place. Many feathers began to fall from her white skin. In an instant, feathers piled up under her feet. Don't tell me you're planning to use powers on me, are you? Foo-foo. She laughed it off and plucked a feather from the ground. She then began putting feathers on herself one at a time, taking each of them off with a shake of a head. Is this it? Or this one? The shade of jet black in each of the feathers subtly changed. Ah, this is it. As she gestured into the air, the feathers that fell on the ground shifted their colors to the same one as the one she held and stuck to Serene's body. After attaching about 20 feathers like that, she snapped her fingers. The remaining feathers on the ground turned into a magic circle. Wait a second, what are you trying to? Shut up. She put a feather on Simon's body. The moment Simon got startled and tried to flinch away. Huh? He felt at ease. The tension melted away, and his muscles relaxed. He could hear the wind blowing, the trees rustling, and the grass swaying. It's a sedative. The professor is watching with her eyes peeled. Do you think I'm stupid enough to try to do something to you in front of her? She was right. As Simon pondered, she put a hand on her hip and said, I won't do anything bad, so turn around like you did before. After mulling it over for a moment, Simon turned around with a stiffened face. Hiya. She suddenly came close to Simon as though hugging him from behind. Simon, still affected by the calming sedative, became very tense and his face turned red. Serene. Please keep your eyes focused on what's in front of you. At her words, Simon looked around. Wait. Time slowed down, and he couldn't see anything else around him. It was similar to the imagery that Bahil used before. You could do it in this state, right? Her voice sounded like the lyrics of a song. Try it. I'll help you. Chapter 137. Complete silence. A blank void filled with only what was absolutely necessary. In this world, only Simon was the main character. I never thought I'd see this imagery plane again here. During battle, Simon could display extreme concentration and imitate this state at will. However, this cradle of concentration made using the Bahil's curse or Serene's feathers was on another level. All Simon could feel was his own body and the flow of the jet black that was so vivid it gave him chills. The presence of Serene closely attached to his back also lingered. Shall we begin? A sweet voice echoed clearly. Simon raised his concentration and activated his core. Threefold. Like a swollen river flooding the surroundings, the large amount of jet black was damaging the body. You need to increase your control. He nudged it straight ahead instead of venting it. But because the core wouldn't stop, the volume of jet black gradually increased, and control became very difficult. I'll make an outlet. Simon heard her voice and felt the jet black draining from his body. Now the balance felt right. Simon activated his core in relief. His body felt hot. His blood was boiling, and each cell was crying out for strength. He could feel a different level of vitality from the jet black operation. Slowly now. Now, the jet black operation and discharge were performed simultaneously. An overflowing strength was inside him. At that exact moment, Serene, who had been sticking to Simon with a hug, stepped back. Simon's world came back to normal. Serene? The nearby students were looking at Simon while exclaiming. When Simon looked back at her in puzzlement, she smiled with her hands behind her back and pointed with her chin. Exclamation point. Drops of jet black were falling from his body like sweat. Not only did he successfully materialize the jet black eruption, but he also mastered the discharge by accident. The envious eyes of students were on him. Whoa. That's a success, right? He can already do that? Is he even human? As expected from special admission number 1. No, I didn't do it alone. When Simon blankly looked back up, he saw Serene smiling like a spring flower. You owe me another one now. Are you okay with that? Simon chuckled. Right. Thanks. She gracefully brushed back her white blonde hair. I'll make a really grand wish after making you owe me 10 debts, you got it? Is this some kind of on-campus cafe coupon or something? Ahaha. As the two of them were laughing and talking, there was a man and a woman who were raging with a volcanic fury. Malin was glaring at Simon and Serene, who were laughing cheerfully. Ugh. It's so frustrating, I swear. Were my warnings just a waste of breath? Avoid that woman no matter what. She's just using and manipulating you. Malin felt like she was going to go insane with how frustrating Simon was. Why doesn't he understand her true color? Seeing him laughing foolishly after getting charmed by her appearances enraged Malin. She wanted to rush and right away, grab the two of them by the head, and make them headbutt each other. And right next to her, Hector, a step ahead of Malin, was radiating anger like he was the physical manifestation of it. Simon Polentia. Hector gnashed his teeth. How long are you going to mock me? Hector, who had begun learning dark magic a few years earlier than Simon, was obviously capable of jet black eruption. However, Simon had mastered the skill that he had spent countless hours transcending life and death for in just one session during this class. Sparks fired in the eyes of the two students looking at Simon. Some students around them pretended not to notice and resumed their training. As their anger reached its peak, the two's eyes met. Hey, what are you looking at? Growled Malin. Is this bastard crazy? Look away. The moment when the two of them were about to approach each other. Malin. No. Camabaras jumped in fright and hugged Malin. Hector's lackeys also came running, holding him back. The two shot daggers at each other but eventually turned their backs when they saw the assistant teachers approaching. Is there something wrong? When Simon turned to look at what caused the sudden clamors, Malin and Hector were already going in different directions. Assistant teachers were also coming in, making the students quiet down. The training resumed. Now, Simon had reached the level where he could create a jet black eruption whenever he needed. However, it's too risky. Getting a momentary boost was great, but the burden on the body was too high. His defeat was guaranteed if he couldn't finish his opponent with this. Moreover, it was inefficient to emit jet black out of the body, almost as if trashing it. He decided that it was only a skill for deciding moments. That's why, even among professional necromancers, it's said that few people use jet black eruption as their main weapon. Said Serene while wagging her finger. The reason why Professor Hong is teaching this right now must be to prepare for the next technique. There are many applications of eruption. Aha. Simon nodded. Can you use it too? Using it isn't that hard, but... She pointed at Simon. Smoke was pouring out only from that finger. It's barbaric and unsophisticated, isn't it? I don't really want to use combat dark magic. Well, even if it wasn't combat dark magic, Serene had endless attack routes. It was possible to shoot feathers and form magic circles in the distance by fusing jet black on feathers and to create 20 magic circles simultaneously with 20 feathers. He's also seen the feathers change into other objects. In a way, the reason why she didn't pay much attention to combat dark magic was to give her mind a break. Well, still, I don't think there's anything in the world that's useless to learn. Said Simon, giving his usual stance. Malin was also a glass cannon type whose weakness was combat dark magic, but her form has greatly improved as she improved in it. That's true. Serene folded her arms and smiled. Simon read her expression and said. And if you really want to become close to Malin, you better fix that habit of looking down on people. What are you talking about? It's a fact that Malin is under me. What's there to fix? Simon smirked. You're one of the strangest people I know. Serene also smiled. Ah, I agree, it's my first time experiencing someone as strange as you. While the two were talking, Hong Feng clapped her hands and told everyone to gather up. All students from Class A and C flocked to her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Please sit comfortably. As the students sat on the grass, Hong Feng started explaining. It's natural that you can't pull it off right away. Consistent practice is the most important factor for jet black operating techniques. Since everyone worked hard, we'll have a 20-minute break, and we've prepared a fun event for you guys. All the students froze at the word fun. Is it something like riding a hippo with only one foot? It's obviously climbing a hill while wearing a sandbag. Then, assistant teacher Brett, away from Hong Fong, threw a ball at her. She received the ball lightly with one hand and said with a broad smile. A class versus class ball game. What do you say? For real? A truly normal event. Mixed cheers of joy and shock erupted from all directions. Sports balls became a rare sighting since coming to Kizan. The eyes of the students shone at the sight of proper sport. Even the students who weren't very interested in ball games were genuinely happy that it wasn't hippo riding or hill climbing. Alright, I'll explain the game. Hong Fong held the ball under her arm at her waist and moved on to a detailed explanation. To put it simply, the rules were like dodgeball. You just had to enter the court and throw the ball to hit the opponent. If you caught the ball safely without it touching any other part of the body, you could also throw it back. However, catching it didn't return someone who was out. If you're hit, you're done. Of course, it wouldn't be fun just to play it, right? The students suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness crawling on them. She grabbed the ball and held it as if throwing to Brett a short distance away. But, seemingly throwing it in the wrong direction, it flew toward the woods instead. However, the ball suddenly changed direction and flew to Brett. Brett crouched down and safely received the ball. It stopped only after pushing him across the ground a couple of meters. This ball is enchanted with dark magic. Dread entered the students' faces. No matter where you throw it, it always flies to a person with a core. In other words, there's no case where the ball is thrown wrong and misses. Brett threw the ball again. It flew away for a long time, then turned and flew toward Hong Fong like a hawk chasing its prey. Hong Fong lightly received the ball with one hand this time as well. Dodging it is impossible. A sport where you can only attack or defend. If you can't block it properly, you're out. How was this a ball game? The students were flooded with such thoughts, although a few nodded their heads as if expecting it. It seems fun, though. Yeah. We can't lose against Class C. Professor. The questionator of Class A Jamie Victoria struck again, raising her hand. Can we use dark magic? Yes. You may strengthen yourself, your teammates, or the ball with dark magic, but you shouldn't do anything to the opposing team students. If you break these rules, you'll be eliminated immediately. Also, the etherealization spell, which transforms the body into a spirit, is prohibited. Just passing the ball won't put an end to the game, after all. Cindy Vivace could be seen pouting at those words. Each side sends in a single team at a time. Best of 3. We'll provide a delicious meal to the class who wins. And the losing class. She smiled wide. Have to fill their stomachs with a stamina drink while watching the winning team eat. At those words, sparks erupted in the eyes of every student. Competition. The air suddenly changed, and Kizan's unique competitive spirit began to flare up. Class A, gather up. We can't lose this even if we die. Class C, over here. We're finally going to crush the bastards who struck rich getting the vice president. In the midst of everyone's competitive spirit, Simon also stood up. Hey, Simon. Malin suddenly grabbed Simon's wrist. Simon looked at her in surprise. And Malin? The class president is looking for you. For class's strategy meeting. She walked alongside Simon. When Simon looked back, Serene was waving with a relaxed smile. Soon, Class C students flocked around her. Where's Cammy? cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Malin? She snorted and turned her head away coldly. Simon smiled bitterly. Why did she look so angry all of a sudden? Now. Simon. Welcome. With everyone in class gathered, Jamie Victoria was sitting in the center, and Rick was standing next to her. When Jamie nodded her head, Rick cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Yep. My name is Rick Hayward, the brain of Class A. Playful booing was heard from everywhere, but Rick tactfully countered it by acting like a host of a show, saying thank you for the cheers. I'll explain on behalf of the class president. First of all, the teams have already been decided by the assistant teachers. Rick took out a folding table from his subspace, a very odd item to store in there, unfolded it, and laid down papers on it. Students flocked to look at the list. Simon also came closer to check the roster, although he only checked the names of students he knew well. I'm on team 2, huh? The balance isn't so bad, thought Simon before turning his head slightly. Arms crossed and frowning, Hector seemed very dissatisfied with the team distribution. Now, guys, please listen for a second. Rick spoke again. Although the scope of the strategy has decreased a little, we can still decide which team to send in rounds 1, 2, and 3. This will put us in psychological warfare. When the strong team in Class C comes out, we make the weakest team go against them and wear them down. And it's ideal to take out the opponent's middle-strength team with our strong team. Everyone nodded. Then, one student raised their hand. It's a best-of-3 match. Wouldn't it be better to send out 2 strong teams in a row and win it in 2? Obviously. Rick grinned and continued. From Class C, they'd send out a strong team with Serene in at least one of the first 2 rounds, right? Unless they're using a completely absurd strategy. Everyone looked fed up when they heard the name Serene. Serene, a two-top of Kizan alongside Lorraine from Class L, was definitely a threat. This time it was Jamie who spoke. Then we should quickly decide on the strong team and the weak team. The balance is pretty good for us, but if we had to pick one, then... Rick's gaze moved to 2 people standing close to each other. I think Team 2, with Simon and Hector, is the strongest. Any objections? Chapter 138. There were no objections. Everyone silently nodded at Rick's words. Simon scratched his head in a little bit of embarrassment, and Hector didn't respond. And the weakest team is? Rick glanced at Maylin to check her countenance and said. I guess it's Team 1, with you and me, right? Hey! Why are we the weakest? Maylin complained, face red in shame. Maylin, do you know any enhancement dark spells? HM. A few small ones, I guess? Unless you're planning to burn all the people in Class C with a dark flame, it'll be a bit difficult to play an active part in a game like this. Small laughter broke loose from everywhere. Maylin's face went even redder. Ignoring Maylin's status, Rick continued his explanation. While Team 1 is focused on Maylin, Team 3 has a solid breadth of strategies. Class as Ace of Necromancy, Cindy Vivace. Class as Ace of Curses, Jamie Victoria. Class as Ace of Summoning, Pierre Berkeley. Class as Ace of Poisonous Alchemy, Claudia Menzies. Those who scored in the 90s for their preferred subjects written assessment were all concentrated in Team 3. Despite Simon and Hector's overwhelming performances, some felt that Team 3 was actually the strongest with their higher grades. On the other hand, Maylin, who was supposed to be the best of Team 1, didn't possess such specialized dark magic that'd be useful in this game. That's why our teams are the weakest, strongest, and mildly strong. We must put the weakest, Maylin's Team 1, against Serene's team at all costs. You won't get away with this. After glaring at Rick for a moment, Maylin crossed her arms and turned around. As she let her thoughts fester, her fighting spirit only burned brighter. Watching this, Rick furtively grinned. In addition to what he said, he believed that Maylin would somehow fight harder if she was versing Serene. A cold voice split the lively atmosphere of the class. You're blabbering bullshit thinking you're such a big shot. Bastard. Hector intervened, his eyes gleaming with something strange. Stop dragging it on and cut to the damn chase. You're so impatient, just wait a little bit. Sighed Rick, his hands in his pockets. Acting so high and mighty just because Simon Polantia is behind him. But Hector didn't go any further. There was no reason to worry about a small fry like Rick. Hector's one target was already taking his everything. I got it. Suddenly, an unknown male's voice was heard in the air. As everyone was looking around for its source, the air melted, and a student with glasses appeared next to Rick. It was camouflage, a skill that hides the user's body. Could you please tell us? Rick smirked. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now then, students. Get ready for the match. Grumbled Brett, who took the role of a referee. Students rushed to the front of the court. Ugh, this is pissing me off. Hong Feng and the other assistant teachers immediately left, saying they'd be preparing meals, leaving Brett and the two other senior assistant teachers to act as referees and deal with the students. Of course, those seniors also left everything to Brett and went off somewhere. I'm gonna go insane. Am I really in a position to be treated like this? Brett violently pulled at his hair. After the incident with Simon, I feel like Professor Hong Feng is neglecting me. The other assistant teachers are also somewhat ignoring me. Damn it. Damn it. I'm sure everyone knows already. Maybe that bastard Simon spread the rumor? Of course, it was only Brett's own victim mentality. Simon Polantia. Besides, something more irritating happened a while back. Simon brought in a girl named Camabarez. It made his stomach sink. An unspoken threat to tell Hong Feng all his secrets and make him resign from his position as a Kizan assistant teacher. Since Simon had something on him, Brett had no choice but to run to Hong Feng's hut and bring the medicine. Ah! It's annoying. That bastard keeps on acting up. Brett's legs trembled in anger. He resented not being able to resist Simon. How will I survive the 3 years until he graduates? Maybe he won't take up the combat dark magic classes in the second semester. There was no way. Professor Hong Feng was putting so much effort into him, and he had a strong talent for the subject. What worried him more than anything else was that when Simon succeeded in a jet-black eruption earlier, Professor Hong Feng, a distance away, looked like she'd been given the world. He had never seen such a face in the 5 years he had served the professor. Kook. Brett felt like his head was going to explode with jealousy, anger, and misery. He tore at his hair once more. He was still a young man in his mid-20s, but his hair was already falling out with stress. At this rate, he'll become just like his father. Teacher. Brett opened his eyes at the voice. Jamie was standing at attention in front of him. Both Class A and C have gathered. Ahem. Brett slowly stood up from his seat. Then let's start the game. The chosen teams for Class A and Class C, please step forward. From Class A, Team 1 with Maylin and Rick moved forward. And from Class C. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Serene. It's Serene. Serene is first out. Woo-woo. Class A cheered and celebrated. On the other hand, the Class C students looking at Simon and Hector groaned in disappointment once they realized that neither were heading out. It was the most ideal move from Class A's perspective. They succeeded in making their weakest card face the opponent's winning card. It's hella worth wasting Serene's team with that team. The others will probably do something about the rest. Students from Class A already took their defeat in round 1 for granted. Don't be so happy about it, you crazy bastards. Looking back at the Class A students, Maylin shouted. We're gonna win. The Class A students gave a weak cheer. Of course, they didn't believe in her. Maylin quickly turned away, wondering how often she had felt this gut-wrenching feeling today. On the opposite side, Serene wore a white coat over her school uniform, waving and smiling at Maylin. Maylin shot daggers at her with her eyes. You're done for. I mean it. A total of 20 students entered the court. Off the court, a passionate cheering battle took place in each class. While the students who entered the court were waiting with a burning desire to win, Brett yawned and wearily blew the whistle hung around his neck. Silence. Representatives of both teams, please come forward. Maylin and Serene walked out. Brett took a silver coin out of his pocket. Heads or tails, which will you choose? Heads, no matter what, said Maylin, pumped up. Then I'll go for tails, replied Serene in a soft voice. Brett messily tossed the coin and barely caught it. Heads. Class A will start with the ball. Yes. Maylin clenched her fists. Serene turned around, her hair swishing behind her. How cute did you want to win it, even if it's just a little coin flip? I'm so happy because I'll get to destroy your pretty little face first. The two were like fire and water. They turned their backs and walked back to their teams. In the middle of that, Serene was still giggling. Brett tossed the ball to Class A. You may begin. He blew the whistle. Maylin quickly passed the ball to Rick. Hey, Enchanter, make it fast. Alright, as you wish. As Rick was enchanting the ball, Maylin was forming a magic circle. Taking a glance at what she was doing, he said. You know that you'll be disqualified if you use offensive magic on the opponents, right? I know. After drawing the magic circle, she took a few steps back. You could hear the enthusiastic cheering of Class A students. Send them a good first hit. Take one down and do that pose, please. She blushed and turned away. Ah, you guys are so noisy. Shut up. Maylin, silencing the mocking. Class A students took a deep breath to calm herself. After completing the enchantment, Rick gestured upward and shrugged. She nodded. Here you go. Rick threw the enchanted ball high as though serving it. Maylin ran behind it and leaped as high as she could, even activating jet black operation. She flew like a butterfly and went to spike the ball. Just before the ball touched her palm, the magic circle drawn on the back of her hand spewed dark flames. Flames gushed out like an explosion, and she hit the ball with all her might. The ball launched through the air and struck the face of a male student in Class C. He couldn't even react. The ball fell off his face, and Maylin landed effortlessly, letting out the breath she had been holding back. Wah. Nice, Maylin. Cheers broke loose everywhere. You saw that? Maylin straightened her back and looked at Rick. I can win even without my own enchantments. Oh my, of course you're always the best. After kicking the insidious Rick's butt, she turned her head. She saw Simon, watching with other students, smiling broadly and clapping. A bit of pride bubbled up inside her. Brett, up on the referee's table, prompted while stroking his chin. Faster. Next, Class C's attack. From Class C, a girl with pigtails walked to the front. Maylin gave an order. Tanks. Get to the front. Maylin, the main striker, and some students stepped back. The big boys came forward, all aspirants of combat dark magic or students who had defensive dark spells. The girl with pigtails glanced at the formation of Class A and threw the ball awkwardly. It was heading out of court. Huh. Where's that supposed to? Just then, the ball going out of the court twisted and hit a student from the formation right in the chest. This time, cheers poured out from Class C. You dumbass. You saw it changing direction when the professor did a demonstration earlier. Everyone, don't let your guards down. Maylin flared up. The student hit by the ball scratched his head awkwardly and left the court. Rick. Same as before. Maylin served as Class A's main cannon. Everyone in Class A passed the ball to her when it came to them. Indeed, her attack power was outstanding. 100% of her attacks hit. None could escape. On the other hand, in Class C, various students took turns leading the attack. In fact, Serene was standing in the corner of the court, not attacking, and was nonchalantly trimming her nails. The other Class C students didn't dare push her to attack and just occasionally checked in on her. A student from Class A was out of play when he tried to catch the ball and it bumped into his arm. Simon, watching from outside the court, let out a wry smile. To be honest, most of the attacks are successful. In this match, the offensive side had an overwhelming advantage. Of course, first years also tended to belittle defense, so that was a huge factor. In the first year, the power of each curse was quite something, so there was a tendency for the win rate of those who shot a curse or attacked first in the duel evaluation to rise. Each side's fundamentals were lacking, so the first strike would often be the last. Moreover, the protective suits and Kizun uniforms providing defense even in actual combat only encouraged that thought. Of course, the importance of defense naturally increased as one went up to the senior and professor level. Wuxia. At that moment, cheers erupted from both classes. In this game where the offense almost always won, the impressive play was the defense, no matter what anyone said. One of Class C's attacks was blocked by a combat dark magic student from Class A for the first time. Liquid jet black was dripping from his body. So he used jet black eruption. An aspirant who has studied in advance. He immediately fired back, and a Class C student was taken down. This volley was worth double because not only did the attack succeed, he also nullified an opponent's attack. Everyone in Team 1 flocked to him and high-fived him. The key to this match was a student who knew defensive spells or had a strong combat dark magic talent. Search the novel_fire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Defense, huh? Simon's eyes lit up. Using just a simple ball game, Hong Feng was throwing a new subject at the students. Chapter 139. The game moved on quickly. With both teams reduced to less than half, Class's main cannon Malin was unleashing an onslaught of attacks. Her target was Serene, hiding in the corner of the court and tauntingly at ease. However, Malin never succeeded. Ack. Kuhuk. The moment the ball was about to head toward Serene, other Class C students rushed in and defended her with their bodies. Judging from the forlorn expressions of the students who were knocked out after being hit by the ball, they likely didn't intend to do so. Serene must have been controlling them with her feathers. Ugh, I really don't like her. Malin gnashed her teeth. It annoyed her that Serene treated the equal Kizun students like her pawns. And what annoyed her the most was Serene shook the outer garment Simon had wrapped around her waist as if showing off her trophies. I really want to rip it off. Every now and then, she wanted to shoot live fire, not a ball, in her blind fury. But she knew that was what Serene wanted, so she had no choice but to endure it. Serene. Class C was also in trouble because of Serene. The male student leading Class C's attack finally spoke up, not able to bear it anymore. I told you to refrain from using Hideo as a shield. He's an essential supporter. At those words, Serene kicked the ball off the ground and toward the student, saying, "Just go and attack." This was bad. Serene wasn't even remotely interested in this match. They were relieved to see her eagerly listening to the combat dark magic class when with that guy in Class A, but she immediately returned to her original state afterward. Ugh. Our team with Serene needs to win no matter what. How are we going to deal with Class A once they get a taste of victory? The student looked around. The only Class A student who could draw her attention, Simon Polantia, unfortunately didn't appear this round. Although him being disappointed by that fact wasn't normal to begin with. It's so damn hard to be a leader with a selfish princess in the class. Class C was already completely under Serene's control. The whole class may as well be part of her faction. That's why no one could speak out against Serene's disinterest. They were just checking in on her behavior and hoping she'd feel better. That being said, even if you wanted to be close to Serene, it was also a difficult problem. According to the girls who eat with her, the memory of eating with Serene often disappears completely. The ones who can recall the memories after talking with her often say they don't know why they said such things. Manipulation of emotions. She was the core of Class C, but no one in Class C considered her a true friend. And it was the same for her. She didn't necessarily want to have a close relationship with anyone. If she felt offended or uncomfortable, she'd just send her feathers to control whoever she was speaking with. I don't know what happened to her, but she's twisted. The boy's eyes shifted. He saw the face of Simon Polantia, that special admission number 1 from Class A. A pang of jealousy worked its way up inside him. This was the one who Serene considered an equal? Was no one in Class C worthy to her? Ah, what are you doing? Make it quick. Brett's grumbling voice pulled the student out from his thoughts. Ah, yes. Sorry. Being a combat dark magic aspirant, he threw the ball with all his might. Rick crouched down in preparation to catch the ball, but unfortunately, it hit his stomach and bounced out. Gosh. You dumbass. The student looked at the screaming girl. Come to think of it, there was someone from the ivory tower in Class A, too, right? Was it Malin Valen? She was also arrogant and an individualist, as expected from a person from the ivory tower, but her atmosphere was different to Serene's. How can you not catch that after showing off so much? It's because you didn't do that pose every time your attack succeeded. Die. Ahahaha. Malin was also bossy, arrogant, and wanted the spotlight all to herself. But strangely, the Class A students didn't look displeased with her. No, they were rather friendly. They're from same the tower, though. Class A better realize they got lucky. Malin grabbed the ball and walked up to the front, forcing the student to pay attention again. Anyway, I guess I have to avenge my group member, don't I? Malin pointed at Serene with the same hand she held the ball in. How long are you going to use your meat shields? Come forward. At those words, Serene gave a childish grin. I don't want a Sari is scared of getting hit. Ugh. I really fucking hate you. Malin crouched down and turned her throwing arm palm up. Everyone in Class C braced themselves. Her support enchanting the ball is out. What is she going to do by herself? A change was happening to Malin's ball. Serene's expression, which had remained the same the entire match, finally changed. The ball in Malin's hand was beginning to freeze. Students all the way on the other side of the court were shivering. Serene came forward with a foxy smile. Malin, have you finally let go of that useless pride? Shut up. The ball in her hand gradually turned into a block of ice. She had to bring both hands in to support the weight. A sheet of ice formed across the ground under the ball like frost. Interesting. Excluding her unique ability, when using the jet black elementalism system, Serene's specialty was fire. She could fire 20 dark flares at once. On the other hand, Malin was a little better at ice than fire, but she didn't use it for anything other than defense. She had been intentionally weakening herself. Malin once said to Serene's face that she'd defeat her with fire. Sigh. Steam poured out of Malin's mouth. Then, she pulled back her hands clutching the ball, ready to throw it. All of Class C's team tensed up. I didn't change my mind. I'll become stronger than anyone else, and I'll defeat you before I graduate from Kizan. MHM. Good luck. But in getting stronger, there's no need for me to be tied down to just you. Her gaze moved to Simon. Oh my, I'm so proud of you, then I'll have to give you a special prize. Serene gave a meaningful glare to her team, who all nodded and backed away. Hiya. Malin even let out a battle cry as she hurled the frozen ball at Serene. Serene calmly took out a feather from the tip of her index finger. But the moment she was about to throw it at the ball. Suddenly, she slipped, and the arm that was supposed to throw the feather was now facing the wrong direction. Because of Malin's ice magic, an ice sheet had formed on the ground. Oh my! As Serene slipped, Malin's ball hit Serene in the forearm and bounced away. Wuxia! The entirety of Class A let out a huge cheer. Malin also clenched her fists and let out a loud cry of joy. Serene, who slipped on the ice, blinked in bewilderment. The shock from the Class C students was more than that. As Serene was taken down just like that. Serene scratched the side of her head, still a bit dazed. Then, when she met eyes with her classmates, she playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled. Ah. I'ma just slap her at this point. I don't care what happens. Serene brushed off her skirt and walked out of the court without grudges. As everyone in Class A was cheering, Class A, Malin Valen, disqualified. Brett's unenthusiastic voice rang out. At the sudden decision, blood rushed to Malin's face and she turned to Brett. Why? Did you not hear the rules properly? Affecting the opposing team will result in disqualification. She just slipped on your ice sheet. Aakak. In the end, Malin was also counted as out. She screamed, I didn't do it on purpose, but Simon and Camabaras dragged her off the court. The remaining 7:5 situation after Class C's counterattack. Without the aces led to a slog where they just took each other down each throw. Brett blew the whistle. SE the novel fire. Any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Winner, Class A. It was Class A's victory, with a difference of 2 people. The morale of the Class A students skyrocketed, and they jumped in joy, congratulating themselves. On the other hand, Class C was deathly silent at the defeat of Serene, whom they trusted. I didn't expect the weakest to win. Now we just have to win one of the 2 remaining rounds, right? Come on, let's go. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the next round, both Class A and C sent out their moderate strength teams. Class A was the team with the most depth, with Cindy, Jamie, and Camabaras. However, Wuxia. An unexpected dark horse appeared. Who's that bastard? Ivan Varshani from Class C. A former boxer and current combat dark magic aspirant. Kizan's self-proclaimed speedster. He was also Malin's opponent in her first duel evaluation. Huff. He activated jet black eruption and even caught balls flying toward other students. In this game where defense was the key, all of the Class A's attacks were being blocked. Class C's lead increased accordingly, ending in success. This match was truly Ivan's stage. Are you watching, Malin Valen? Ivan's eyes turned to Malin, who standing outside the court, arms crossed and head hung low. The defeat you gave me is what made me who I am today. Ivan blocked a whopping 5 attacks. In the end, Ivan reached his body's limit and fell to the ground. Immediately he was eliminated from Class A's counterattack. Still, all of Class C applauded him because he achieved more than anyone else could. I'm so proud. I really did my best. On his way out of the court, he saw Malin and Simon talking. Did you see that, Malin? Shouted Ivan, pointing with determination. I'm also in the upper squad with the last duel evaluation. Look forward to the revenge match. She frowned. Who do you think you are, talking to me? Do I know you? Ivan's face turned red. Your first opponent in the duel evaluation. Oh, is that so? Sorry, I don't really remember the chaff. Good game. Malin waved him away. Ivan was so embarrassed that he couldn't even refute her, and he ended up trudging toward Class C. Praise poured in like a crowd welcoming back its local hero, but Ivan trudged on nonetheless. The match was waning. Cindy Vivace was also knocked out for nothing, not being able to use her etherealization, and other students also got out trying to catch the ball. Everyone, focus. It's not over till it's over. Shouted Jamie, the class president. Then, her eyes turned to where Class C threw the ball to the side in a wide arc. Watch out, Cammy. Fearing the ball that would come flying in out of nowhere, Cammy took up a shaky stance in a vain attempt to defend. Then, from nowhere, a male student jumped in and got hit by the ball instead. Kook. Are you alright? Surprised, Camabaras came running with tears in her eyes. Because of me. The place where the ball hit hurt, but the male student felt his heart melt at Cammy's sincerity. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm fine. Class C continued to attack Camabaras, but male students came out of nowhere each time to take the attack instead of her or defend it. Camabaras was about to cry as another one got hit in the face and fell. Yua. Sorry. The Class C students who saw this bizarre scene whispered to each other in shock. What's with her? Is she the Serene of Class A? Maybe she can use dark mind magic. Mind magic? But from what I've heard, she's from that Ursula family. By the way, isn't she a little cute? Kamaburas walked over and picked up the ball that fell on the ground. I'll avenge you, she yelled as she worked up her resolve. Explosive cheers and words of encouragement poured out from the Class A students outside the court. Kamabura's situation was a rarity in Kizan. Transcending factions and rivalries, the 16-year-old Kamaburas was being treated like the younger sister of the entirety of Class A. Kamaburas sent the ball high into the air. Then, she got down on one knee and closed her hands together like a gun. I'm sorry. Flinging her hands back from the recoil, a bright red bullet shot out of her fingertips. It hit the falling ball and fired it at incomprehensible speeds. It was aimed off the court, but soon it changed direction and knocked a student over. It worked. Kamiyata Thea. A cheer louder than when Serene was eliminated erupted from the stands. She bowed her head apologetically at the student before smiling abashedly at the students cheering off the court. Well done, Cammy. Simon also shouted. Her face then melted like the snow in spring, and a bright smile bloomed like the beautiful flowers that take that snow's place. Simon, I got one. She delightedly jumped up and down. Simon waved back with a smile. HM? Is it just my imagination, or is the back of my head suddenly very hot? The burning gazes of numerous men were piercing the back of Simon's head. Come on, hurry up. Next attack. Shouted Brett to speed up the game, yawning soon after. Kamaburas and Jamie struggled and fought hard, but Class C's lead was already too great. They continued their volleys without a major reversal and won the round. The overall score was 1-1. It was finally the third round. Last round. Everyone who wasn't in the last two, come out. The students warming up rushed into the court at Brett's words. It was the last match, so they had to fight hard, but the members of Class C's team found it hard to even imagine victory. The presence of the two students standing in the front and stretching was that overwhelming. Whoa, shit. How do we beat them? It was quite an unfamiliar pairing. Special admission number 1, Simon and Hector of the Moore family were on the same court and on the same team. From the point of view of Class A, who wanted to win, it was an exciting sight. The two people stretching met each other's eyes. If looks could kill, then Hector would have been convicted of murder. Don't pull your face like that, Hector. A vein immediately popped out of Hector's neck at Simon's single, calm sentence. He strode closer to Simon, puffing his chest. Simon didn't back down and raised his chin. The other students on the court stopped them in fright. Hey! Hey! They're at it again. You guys are on the same team today. An extreme incompatibility. The Class A students belatedly started to worry. Can they really play as a team? Chapter 140. The last game had begun. A match between the strongest team of Class A and the weakest team of Class C. Perhaps Class C judged they had no winning chance with ordinary methods because they had come up with a very unusual strategy. They had gone all in. Every student gave their jet black to a student called Lexio, who got first place in Class C's midterm exam. Lexio was a guy with massively tangled hair, a bad curl, and tired eyes. Centering everything on him, a girl who could link people using dark magic was connecting Lexio with other students to infuse their jet black. About 6 of them clung to Lexio. The other students came forward and played the game normally. I'm sure they're up to something, though. What happens after he becomes stronger? Class A had no choice but to pay close attention to Class C's strategy. Before throwing the first ball, they took some time to plan. The method they chose was simple. You two stay at the back. We'll handle the early phase. Just in case, they decided to preserve the staminas of Simon and Hector, the aces. The two didn't really care when they'd take action, so they agreed to step back and wait. Of course, even if Simon and Hector weren't up, the team was nothing to sneeze at. All of them were Kizan students who had survived past the first mid-semester. Their skills were certain. They claimed a 100% hit rate using various attack patterns. Huff. They even managed to defend an attack. A chubby student named Miller caught the ball by drawing a magic circle onto his body to make objects stick to it. Nice defense, Miller. Time for a counterattack. Miller looked around and tossed the ball to another student, who pulled her hand back in preparation. In that hand formed a round tennis racket from blood she had wrapped around her arm. Then, she swung the racket as hard as she could. The ball buried itself into a Class C student's face. Nice finish. You guys are both so cool. The atmosphere in Class A was good. Simon also clapped and encouraged his classmates. But Hector just watched with a scowl, with his hands deep in his pockets. Losing members or no, Class C was already thoroughly all in on Lexio. The students who spent all their jet black went to the front of the court, took an attack, and went out. This continued, and surviving students in Class A, 8. Surviving students in Class C, 3. Both teams were now in the single digits. Simon joined the attack several times, but Hector only watched until the end. The female student linking others to Lexio was taken down by Class A's attack. Now, only 2 Class C students remained. I guess it can't be helped. Finally, Lexio came forward. Let's give it a try. In the meantime, the other Class C member took the attack and eliminated a Class A member, making the match 7:2. It was Class A's turn to attack. Class A's tennis girl, acting as a main cannon, stepped forward. She served the ball up and slammed it down with the tennis racket born from hemomancy. Sir the novelfire.net * website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. You won't be able to dodge this. She was confident with her attack. Then, Lexio finally activated the dark magic he had prepared. A translucent glass wall formed around him in every direction. The ball still flying straight ahead was blocked by the glass wall and stopped spinning. Lexio extended his arm and pointed at a guy next to her. The ball flew back with the same force as when it hit the wall and struck guy Lexio pointed at right in the ribs, knocking him down. What? Did it just reflect? It was absolutely no ordinary dark magic. Like hair and cork, it was probably a family recipe. Class A regrouped and launched an attack. Again, the ball was blocked by the glass wall and bounced back, eliminating another student. Muffled voices broke loose from everywhere. How do we break that? Such an OP ability, even if only in this game. In the next turn to attack, they caught the student wandering outside Lexio's barrier, but another Class A student was hit by Lexio's attack. In the blink of an eye, it became 5:1. Lexio had to deal with 5 people alone, but he looked relaxed. How long are you two going to sit at the back and look pretty? Lexio gave a smug grin. Come. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the unexpected yawn. There, they found Hector, blankly staring at Lexio. Ball. The tennis girl trembled at Hector's words. Bring me the ball. Ah, here. She quickly passed the ball to Hector. He took a deep breath, and then threw the ball at Lexio's glass wall. Whoa! It was different from the sound from the other students' attempts. But in the end, even Hector couldn't break through the glass wall. The ball bounced the other way, hitting the girl who handed him the ball in the arm. A disappointed sigh echoed out from the crowd. We lose this for sure. Seeing the ball rolling on the ground after hitting an ally, Hector's mouth twisted into a wide grin. He picked up the ball and threw it again. This time, a female student hiding in the rear was hit. Miller, who had successfully defended several times and played an active role, couldn't withstand the force and was eliminated. Now, there were only 2 people left in Class A. It became 2:1 in an instant. Hector. Stop it. You can't just throw it blindly like that. You need to find a way. Hector ignored those voices and threw the ball. The ball hit the glass wall again and bounced back in the opposite direction. The target this time was Simon. Hector's already twisted grin only grew wider. Farewell. For a moment, the surroundings became dead silent. With just a single hand, Simon had plucked the ball out of the air. The rotation of the ball slowed and then stopped completely in Simon's strong grip. This bastard. As Hector grimaced at the scene, Simon threw the ball this time. The ball bounced off the glass wall immediately and hit Hector in the face. Everyone went dead quiet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hector's hand shot up to grab the ball before it bounced off, even bending back in hopes to delay the bounce even a second longer. It worked. When Hector took the ball away, a circular mark had formed across his face. Muffled laughter could be heard coming from various places outside of the court. How? Hector snapped his head towards Simon. He was more confused than angry. He knew that Simon's combat dark magic was advanced, but there was no way he could catch that insane ball so easily. Sure enough, jet black was dripping from Simon's body like sweat. Jet black eruption. He was already putting what he learned today into practice. What the hell do you mean? Talent. Simon flipped over the result of Hector's hard work with sheer talent. What the hell is this bastard? Prior learning was Hector's pride. Proof that he had worked harder for longer. After all, isn't it natural for students who've tried hard to beat those who haven't? But Simon was different. He showed an insane growth without any of that. And the professors and scouters who watched him couldn't help themselves bringing that up. Hector's blood boiled. Why should those who did prior studies be treated as fools and compared to Simon? To Hector, Simon Polentia was an existence who denied everything he stood for. Why? Hector let out a wild scream and flung the ball. The ball hit the glass wall and flew back towards Simon. Simon crouched down low and received the ball without being pushed even a millimeter. You're holding well. Nice defense. The class of students shouted words of encouragement. Simon smiled, too. It was worth watching this whole time. The ball would fly like a guided missile, no matter how much a person ran away. In this case, the ball would usually head toward the body. To be precise, toward the core. The moment the ball came flying, Simon would twist slightly while in the path of the ball. Then, the ball would curve through the air towards Simon's chest. If one could accurately guess where the ball would strike and prepare for it, and if they added jet black eruption, then defense wasn't that difficult. Huff. Simon threw the ball with all his might. Hector was pushed back by the reflected ball but still caught it. He clenched his jaw and threw the ball back. Hey, you crazy bastards! Shouted Maylin, not able to handle it anymore. Who are you guys actually fighting? Simon and Hector no longer cared about Lexio. Simon focused on his own growth, and Hector focused on Simon. Lexio was nothing but a wall the two of them could bounce off. I mean, what the fuck? What kind of crazy bastards are these, treating me like a nobody? The sustained impacts made the glass walls start to crack. It was an ignorant volley, but as the caster, Lexio was starting to take damage. Simon Polentia awaya. Hector vented his anger and opened his subspace. The pungent scales of a corpse dragon vomited out from the pocket dimension and stuck to his right arm. I'll kill you. Hector hurled the ball, making Lexio flinch as it approached. The ball bounced off the glass wall and flew straight to Simon. Simon gripped the ball with both hands, but his feet grinded against the ground as it pushed him back. Heh. Hector grinned at his inevitable victory. However, Simon managed to stabilize without even having to strain himself. Then, he opened his own subspace. Bone armor. The bodies of disassembled skeletons covered Simon's right arm, entering gauntlet mode. Wearing the gauntlet, Simon threw the ball with jet black eruption concentrated in his right arm. Back on the defense, Hector was pushed back tremendously. This time, his heel stopped just before it touched the edge of the court. If he stopped it even a moment later, he would have been out. Coo! Hector opened his subspace wider. Soon, scales coated his entire body. Hector's skin wriggled in some uncanny delight. Soon, large wings attached to Hector's back, joining directly to his flesh. Hector flew high into the air, holding the ball. "Take a good look, Simon." He looked down at Simon from above. Simon was also looking up at Hector with a calm face. "Just looking at that face makes me want to break it. I'm the one with the high ground, so why the hell am I the one feeling it's over?" Quaa. Hector spiked the ball straight down. A blinding flash of light shot through the sky, and the ball descended like a comet into the glass wall. Whoa. Kaya. The winds alone were enough to force the spectating students to brace for impact. The glass wall also began to fracture with a loud. Seeing this, Simon's eyes shone. "Not yet. It hasn't broken yet." Simon quickly ran to the front of the court and opened his subspace. "Simon. Dodge it. He's planning to hurt you. Please, don't block and get out of there." Camabarez and Malin both shouted for him to move. But Simon only grinned. "I'm sorry, but I can't back off from this." Soon, the ball flew to Simon with the force of Hector's spike. Simon opened his subspace and poured out all the summon-type skeletons. Skeletons collided with the ball and were ripped apart. But the bones were sticking to the ball. Jet black eruption. A black sweat flowed out from Simon's body. He took a deep breath and prepared to catch. The ball immediately struck Simon. He skidded across the ground, and his outstretched arms were forced against his chest. It felt as if his feet were going to give out from under him at the tremendous power, but he held on while clenching his teeth and activated the absolute order. Stop. The attached bones all generated a force of attraction in the opposing direction. Open. A new subspace portal opened, and one of the Overlord's blades protruded from it and wrapped around Simon's arms, legs, and waist like a rope. That way the Overlord could dissipate some of the force. He was getting pushed closer and closer to the edge of the court, but he was getting pushed back less and less. It was by the breadth of a hair. The jet black eruption, the bone's repulsion, and even the Overlord. The three powers perfectly matched and stopped the ball. The spectators were so silent, some even forgot to breathe. Class A and Class C alike were standing with their jaws dropped. We were told to play a ball game, so why the hell are they playing a war game? They really are on a different level. Simon walked up. Lexio could only watch through the now frail glass wall as the blood drained from his face. They're fucking crazy. I used the jet black of several Kizan students, and they're breaking through it with blunt force? Simon gripped the ball with both hands and got ready to throw. 30 seconds left until he had to cancel jet black eruption. This was his last chance to attack.